Som den så chegar está casado. Luz, você odia. Luz que eu gostei. Mas você é meu sol mais brilhante. Depois, blooming at lover. Now, faz nada. Escuridão sem sol. Como a pressão. Mas vou esperar. Hoje vai chegar. Cada vez que você vem, está só para você. Ser com o tempo passar. Fundos neblina. Sinto parecer. Shine.
Good evening, Kitten Brigade. Insane Kitten here. We're back with some more, I always forget the name of this game. The house in Fata Morgana. I always think it's like Fata Morgana. COVID vaccine. That's cool. I don't know. I have no idea when the rest of the people get it, because I know like healthcare providers and then essential workers get it next. So like, I don't know when the plebs get it, so I probably won't be getting a shot anytime soon. No, I was gonna make a joke, but yeah, I'm gonna refrain. When you said your arm was sore, I was like, I didn't think about the fact that you were talking about getting a shot. I'm essential. You can't live without me. Wait, where do you work again? Is it like a grocery store? Because, yeah, I always think it's kind of weird, but yeah, grocery stores are considered like essential, kind of. Grocery. Okay. Hello, Luca. She's meowing at me just as soon as we start. Okay. I don't have time for you. No, I don't have time. Don't look at me like that. She's giving me that look. Okay. Yeah, so we are on like the last story. So I thought let's finish this up. Let's finish this bee up. Hold on. Okay. Luca was being very needy. She's a very needy kitten. Giselle and Michelle. So this is supposed to be like the true ending or something? And how you doing, Taco, other than having a sore arm due to reasons? I gotta make sure that I'm just looking at the noise levels. Heinfig? Good enough. So, Master, are all these books yours? Giselle asked, not a trace of remorse visible on her face despite having made a mess of the room she was supposedly trying to clean. I gave a curt nod. Really? That's impressive. Must have been hard work getting them all in here, huh? That's quite the bosom, by the way, she has right there. I like how it's colored that way, so it almost like looks like she's not wearing anything. There's gotta be 100 books here. You can fill the whole carriage at least. Hehe, it's like you got your own personal library. She had been pouting only a few moments earlier, but her smile was back in short order. Her jade eyes were like little balls of curiosity glittering in the faint candlelight. I was not particularly fond of overly expressive, rather overly curious women. Did they not care that they trampled uninvited onto other people's personal spaces? Were they not even aware that their actions were invasive? I averted my gaze from hers. I receive one, roughly, every month. Actually, I might have maybe turned it up too high. Too high. I can never, like, tweak the sound right. Ah, I see. Wait. She turned back towards the shelves. I presume she understood the implications of what I had just said. You're good? That's good. It's good to know that you're good. I hope that, I hope that you don't get sick from your shot. I've heard, like, some people got kind of, like, reactions to the vaccine shot, so I was putting laundry in dryer, so late reply. That's okay, man. Gotta get that laundry done, man. Priorities in life, you know. I hope I get sick. Why? I mean, it's not gonna give you, like, the COVID, I don't think, but you just might have more, like, you might just not feel very well, you know? It's a curse. What, this? Or what you have? I don't ever get sick. Oh, okay. That's kind of great that you don't ever get sick. Then you don't have to suffer at work, or you'll never need to take the sick days off. All too often, it's like most people blow through all their sick days, and then they can't afford to like take sick days off. So then they're forced to go to work sick. So you should feel blessed that you're always healthy, you know. But I like feeling sick. I don't think you realize what you're saying, seeing as you've never been sick. That, you know, I guess you can't take it for granted that you're feeling great right now, you know, healthy and great. It's like, don't worry. Once you get sick, you'll be like, I wish I wasn't sick. I used to get sick like all the time when I used to work, but now I don't have to like interact so much with the public. I rarely ever get sick. I'm actually surprised I don't get sick more often through my kid, but he never gets sick either. I don't even know how sick days work nowadays. If you're sick, you're out for 2 weeks for quarantine. Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. It's like, it kind of sucks. It's like, if you're sick, it's like, do you get covered for this kind of stuff? It's like, I don't know. It's like, you're just being forced to, like, quarantine and get no pay for it. Just because you get sick. Maybe there's something to, like, offset, the 2-week quarantine and the missed pay? I'm not sure. Actually, I think I heard someone say that they got paid. Or they were covered or something, like the government kind of covered it. I'm not sure. Actually, I'm not really sure at all, because I don't work, so... I don't know. But yeah, it's like, ever since, like, because I used to take public transit and stuff to, like, commute. I was looking for the word commute to work. I'm sure if I didn't take public transit, maybe I wouldn't get as sick, but I do know that, like, people at my workplace, they would go out of their way to go to work sick because a lot of them couldn't afford to, like the production side, like people who, you know, needed the pay. Like, they couldn't afford to take sick days off or extra sick days off, because I think you only get, like, what, two sick days a year or something for the year, at least at the company I worked at. We get to go out once and get paid, but after that, one time you're out for COVID, that's it. But that's not sick pay, that's COVID pay. How do you get sick pay if all the sick symptoms are COVID symptoms? I don't really know how that works. I don't know how that stacks. The sick day is just considered, like, you know, like a day off, I guess. Like, some people will use the sick day as, like, a personal day. Consider it a personal day. Like, a paid personal day. And I knew a lot of people at my workplace who would just show up to work sick because they would get sick so often. Or, like, there would always be, like, one person sick almost at all times in my workplace. So inevitably, like, it would, like, go around the office in my company and spread. And so people would take turns being sick at work. So I would get sick quite often when I was working. So it's like, to think about going back to work in an environment like that, it's like, ugh. I work a lot of hours and I don't get sick, like, I guess, and yeah, and you're, like, around people who probably are, like, sick, you know? So it's like, how does that happen? 35 to 48 plus hours for the past few months, lord. Maybe that just means you're, like, super healthy and you just got, like, a positive mind, so you're not susceptible to getting sick. So that's probably what it is. But anyhow. Huh. Giselle fell silent. I couldn't blame her if she thought my circumstances or my family or my life bizarre, but I didn't care what she thought of me. In fact, it was to my advantage for her to be uncomfortable. I just needed her to stay quiet and keep her nose out of my business. There's more than I thought. I said not to her, but to myself. I had no reason to count the passage of time anymore. Only the book served as a record of how long I had been there. 121! Wait, how do you math this? So how many years has he been at this place if he gets one book a month and there's 12 months in a year. Can you math? Can someone math this for me? I'm actually curious about how many that is here. I'm very bad at math. So 121 divided by 12. 10 years. Almost a little over 10 years. A little over 10 years. I would, but I'm shocked. How the wait, if you're shouting, how the hell are you responding on Twitch? I get the second dose in 28 days. Oh yeah, I heard that the what's it? The vaccine was like a 5-week period or something like that. 28 days, so I guess that's 4-week period, 1 month away. Oops, I don't want to save. I didn't mean to click there. Back. Okay. Wet fingers. Lol. So wait, you prioritize responding on Twitch, but yet you won't calculate it for me when I ask? What some dedicated viewer you are. What? There are 121 books. 10 years and 1 month. Oh, she tells the answer anyways. You were counting? I thought she had just sheepishly gone quiet. What an inscrutable woman. You've been here in the mansion for that long? All by yourself? The truth was, there had been times when I wasn't alone, but Giselle had no need to know that. You already know the answer. A look of pity formed in Giselle's eyes. Enough. I never asked for her sympathy. I'm here by choice. You mean you weren't banished here? No restraint, this woman. Because phones think water drops are fingerprints, so if I leave Twitch app, it'll go whack. Wait, what? The phones think water drops are fingerprints, so if you leave the Twitch app, it'll go whack. Okay, that's weird. So you're just like leaving the app on? This is very odd. Wait, so I'm talking to you in the shower? What? Why? Like, why? Does this not compute? No, I came here of my own volition. I didn't care enough to elaborate, though. Picking another book off the floor, I brushed the dust off its cover. It was a gaudily decorated tome. That's a very fancy book, isn't it? But apparently Giselle was unable to take a hint. What's it about? I let out a sigh and opened to no page in particular, sticking the book out toward her. She was a servant and a woman. There was no way she could read. Let's see here. This land is hardly suitable for cultivation. It can only produce over-sour grapes. I would probably get more out of it if I tore down the fields and made it into a market. Sounds like a lord's diary. You can read it. I was caught slightly off guard. It is rare for a noble woman to be able to read and write, let alone a servant. Was she truly what she claimed to be? I had someone to teach me. So, is this book any interesting? It's dull, worthless tripe. I can't imagine why anyone thought it was worth binding. It's a tough crowd. But it's not very often you get to see a lord's diary. I'm rather curious what kinds of things he griped about. Hehe. Yes. Lord or king, what value was there in another's grumbling? There was no knowledge contained within that book. Just emotions, unsightly scribbles, and there was nothing more exhausting in this world than being emotional. If you want to read it, be my guest. That wasn't my intention, but alright. You're on my shower shelf? Oh, okay. I'm just like residing on your shower shelf while you shower. And I'm like reading to you, listening to me in the shower. Shower thoughts. I don't know how I feel about this, but okay. That wasn't my intention, but alright. Once I've got the whole mansion cleaned, I'll read it. I told you, you don't have to clean. Hehe. Oh, I've got an idea, Master. If you're interested, maybe we could read together? Did you hear a word I just said? It's dull, worthless tripe. Still, you might see it differently if you read it with someone else. And I'm sure there are some books here you would enjoy, Master. You're wasting your time. The suspicion and the restraint budding between us was trite and insignificant at that point. She was still smiling after all. If I had been able to maintain that distance, then perhaps I wouldn't have ended up hurting her. Dun dun dun. Foreshadowing. It had been a little under 2 weeks since I moved in with Michelle. Though we lived in the same house, we rarely saw each other. On unlucky days, I wouldn't see him at all. I wasn't sure if he ate in his room, or our schedules were simply misaligned, but we never had any meals together. Perhaps he was deliberately avoiding me. That has to be it. I know servant and master don't usually eat at the same table, but even so, he could be a little less obvious about it. Am I really that much of a nuisance? I'm not doing anything inappropriate, am I? I'm being pleasant and sociable, aren't I? I haven't given him any reason to not like me, I think. I hope. He had never been very enthusiastic about my staying here, but I hadn't been given a choice. I'd been sent here by his family. Besides... No, out with the negative thoughts. Gotta stay positive. Yeah, he hasn't tried to chase me out yet. I just haven't broken the ice. I had to stay positive, optimistic, happy thoughts, and be myself. As long as I kept working at it with enough time, Michelle would surely come around and not be so distant. I've got a goal, so let's get to work. First, I make supper, then I ask him to have it with me. Gotta be proactive when it comes to the reclusive types. Alright, here goes. I got my hairdryer brush today, so I guess you haven't used it and you're gonna use it after you're done your shower. You can tell me how it goes. if it volumizes while it's drying your hair at the same time. Or here would go, but we're almost out of supplies. Well, so much for that. The cellar was where non-perishable food was stored. Dried foods, smoked meats, cheeses, and a small scattering of root vegetables. Looking at this makes me feel like a soldier holding down a castle's fortifications. Had Michelle really gone 10 years on nothing but this? Hold on, I feel like this game is always with me, like, fucking around with the volume. Hello, Sioin. How are you? Abney stare. That's an interesting emote. What's with the stare? Is it because I'm not playing Bloodborne? Is it because I'm not playing Bloodborne? Sorry, I wanted to play something a little more chill, and I had this on my backlog. Actually, I'm close to finishing this game, I think. Did Red Lily follow you? Yes, I think she did. I do believe she did. I would have raised the white flag long ago. He said he hadn't left the mansion at all in those 10 years. I assume he at least goes out to get supplies, right? Running out of food is kind of life or death matter. I can't believe he hasn't set foot outside even once, and what are you babbling on about? Wah! Oh no, he overheard me. I assumed you were talking to someone. Huh? Does anyone else live here, Master? I haven't seen anyone. It is just the two of us. Alive, anyway. You mean there are ghosts? Something of the sort. There you go again with the jokes! I'm not a child. You're not gonna trick me like that. There are adults who believe in such things. I suppose, but I don't really believe in ghosts or demons or curses or any of that. The church just tries to convince people they're real so they can squeeze more money out of them. Sounds about right. Am I going to have to turn you over to the church, you blasphemer? No. I pray every day, honest. I don't particularly care either way. I'm returning to my chambers. What? Already? You didn't come down for food? I only came down because I heard voices. A moment, please, just wait a second. What? Our stores are almost empty. What do you normally do when you need more food? I'll happily accompany you on a trip to the market. Already? That was fast. There are two of us. I really don't eat that much, do I? In the dim light, it was difficult to make out Michelle's expression, but I thought I could see a tinge of annoyance on his face. Hold your ground, Giselle. You said you wanted to get closer to him. Is that a parsnip? Michelle was holding a tangled ball of roots. The reason I asked was because the parsnip looked like it was on the verge of total decomposition. See? There's still food. He then handed it to me. Wait, you want to eat that? It's clearly seen better days. You're gonna get sick. Or are you telling me you can survive on rotten vegetables? Of course I won't eat it. I just figured you were hardy enough to survive. Well, what do you think I am? No, he's definitely a jerk. Or that the resulting diarrhea might reduce your appetite. You're kidding, right? You can't be serious. Anyway, we should bury that outside. Then we can go purchase fresh supplies. I told you, I don't go outside. Then how do you... Huh? A visitor? Who could it be? Perfect timing. You're a servant. Make yourself useful and go retrieve the package. If it's not a delivery but a wanderer, chase them off. What? Package? Master? Hold on a second. What are you talking about? He's gone. What kind of delivery is he expecting? Michel stood there, unmoving, veiled in shadow. He glanced over at me, then threw his gaze to the front door. At his command, I raised the bar, pulling open the door. After nearly 2 weeks inside, the light from the setting sun almost blinded me. The world went white, my head pounding. After a few moments of intense blinking, my eyes acclimated themselves to the evening sunlight. There was no one outside, only a crate, easily large enough to fit a child. Is this the package, Master? I turned back to face Michel, but he wouldn't meet my eyes, though it seemed more like he was avoiding looking at the light than at me. He's starting to seem more and more like a vampire. Not that I believe in vampires, of course. Regardless, I pray there's nothing bad in here. That's heavy. Master, can I get some help? Gee, thanks. I am a servant, admittedly, but this is a lot to ask of just one girl. A little help would sure be nice. Once it's inside, close and bar the door, he said dispassionately, his head still turned toward the darkness. As you wish, Master. Once the door was shut, I found myself sucked back into a world of darkness. It hadn't been 2 weeks, but the lack of light was beginning to become my normal. The outside world growing farther and farther away. Being holed up in here is definitely not good for me. I should go for a walk sometime, maybe plant some flowers or vegetables. Yeah, I like that idea. Maybe I can grow that old tangle of roots into some fresh parsnip. What else do we have to plant? It'd be great if there were some flower seeds. What are you doing? Open the box now. As you wish, Master. Oh, there's food inside? The brush is like from your fingers to almost your elbow. It's a big brush? What? Fingers to elbow. Dude, that is like huge. What the hell? Why is it so long? Why is it so big? That's what she said. This is what she said. But also Sioane, how is this Sioane? If he's still here. If you're still here, Sioane, how are you doing, man? Where are my manners? Lol. Like, dude, I'm just thinking fingers to almost your elbow. That's really long. Isn't that like isn't that like more than a foot long? Isn't that like more than a foot long? Like 12 inches more maybe? In the box was a burlap sack filled with berries, root vegetables, and smoked meats, as well as an assortment of bread, fruits, and wine. Aside from the fruit and bread, everything else was the same as what Michel kept in the cellar. Ah. Whoops. And buried beneath the burlap sack was a single book. 1 book a month. He really hasn't gone outside in 10 years. It appears you have begun to grasp the situation. Yeah, but why? This was delivered by someone from your house, Master, wasn't it? A servant, I assume. Why would they leave without saying anything? No one wants to talk to a cursed man. In the past, they would occasionally check in on me, but that hasn't happened recently. They think you're cursed? Ah, right, you don't believe in curses. Then come up with your own explanation. An excuse for them to want to stay away from me. That, for example, I killed someone. Or maybe that I'm insane. I couldn't. Regardless, I am not normal. Bring the food down to the cellar. Then the book to the library. You are, of course, free to refuse and run back off into the woods. I'll do it. All right, then you take care of that. Hey, what is it? I just noticed there's something else in here. It's wrapped in cloth. What could it be? Oh, a painting. For you to hang up somewhere in the house, I presume. It's so dark I can't see it very well, but I'm sure it's... Don't touch that. What? Michel, who had kept his distance from me until that point, suddenly marched over and ripped the painting from my grasp. Master? His face was twisted into a look I had never seen him make before. Was it indignation? Distrust? Hatred? Panic? I couldn't tell, but there was more than enough negative pressure to cause me to flinch back. Is that painting perhaps, something important? A landscape painting, he muttered under his breath, the tension melting away from his face. I was left looking at his usual blank, impenetrable expression, but his eyes were still fixated on the picture, staring at it unblinkingly. Why, a landscape painting. Some kind of passive-aggressive message? It's not of anywhere nearby. Did they travel somewhere? Well, it's not of that girl, so that's an improvement. Master? Oh, you're still here. Still here? Of course I'm still here. Who do you think you asked to take care of the package? What's with you? Just running over and snatching the painting from me. You scared me. Could you maybe explain yourself? What's so special about that painting? I don't believe that's any of your business. None of my... Of course it is. You ripped it out of my hands like it was I was some kind of thief. I have a right to know what it was all about. And maybe an apology while you're at it. You told me to open the box, so I did. Then all of a sudden you're angry. We are not equals. Do not mistake yourself for my friend. You have a right to know. You have no such thing. You don't have to be rude. I'll say it again. Leave if you don't like it here. I never asked for you to be here. That was your wish. My wish? Are you out of your mind? I never asked for this. I never wished for it. Who in their right mind would want to be sent to some house in the middle of nowhere? Who would ever want to go through that? No, calm down, Giselle. You can't get angry. You're right. This is what I wanted. But I never wanted to make you mad or for us to argue like this. I just wanted to get to know you better, to get closer to you. I mean, it would make things smoother for the both of us. It would make living together more enjoyable for us. Listen carefully. This is very important for you to understand. Do not try to involve yourself with me. Do not go probing around for information. And if you can't do that, leave. I completely shut out. The glare he was giving me and the standoffish aura he was emanating was reflected in his tone of voice. Why? Why did he try to push me away like that? I'm digging it. The ginormous brush that's the size of your, like, forearm. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying your blow dryer brush. It seemed Giselle really didn't know much about me. Despite being sent here from my house, she was unaware of the monthly deliveries as well as the reason why I lived in the mansion all by myself. Why, though, would they not have told her anything? Why had she been sent here completely in the dark? Giselle looked up at me, fear and bewilderment in her eyes, though I thought I could see a glint of suspicion underneath it all, like her true feelings were bubbling to the surface. Everyone had darkness in them they kept hidden. No one was exactly who they appeared to be. She was undoubtedly thinking, I'm not here because I want to be. I knew from the moment I first saw her that her bubbly, sweet effect was all a facade. Had she thought I was dense enough to not realize? She was no different than anyone else. What I didn't understand, though, was why she refused to leave no matter how hard I pushed. What was she hiding beneath that innocent-looking face? What was she thinking? What did she carry on her shoulders? Everyone is hiding something, deceiving those around them. I had to figure out what she really was. May I ask you something? Yes? On the day you arrived, you said you made a teeny-tiny mistake while working at my family's house. Tell me about that. What did you do at the Bollinger estate? And then, in that moment, brief though it was, her disposition wavered. Fear? Terror? No. Perhaps anger? I couldn't tell. Nevertheless, it was abundantly clear that was a subject she had no interest in me breaching, so she had borne her fangs. The smile she donned now was visibly forced. It's nothing you need concern yourself with, Master. I promise it was an insignificant little thing. She couldn't say. Why couldn't she tell me? What had she done there? What did this woman know about that house? What did she know about me? What was concealed beneath that smile of hers? I am the master of this house, and you are a servant, and then you still refuse to tell me? But like I said, it's nothing. There's no reason to bother you with a mere servant's personal blunders, Master. What are you hiding? I'm not hiding anything. Then you should be able to tell me exactly what you did at the Bollinger estate. Like I said, tell me. Tell me. You won't tell me a thing about yourself, and yet you demand others tell you about themselves. Here you are, practically threatening me, demanding I tell you something I don't want to talk about, and yet you still haven't told me anything about the painting. Oh, so I was right. You do have something to hide. How many times must I repeat myself? We are not equals. I don't care if it's insignificant or something you don't want to talk about. What? I'm ordering you to tell me. A trifling blunder would not get someone sent to live with the cursed man in a house spoken of so unfavorably. Whatever she had done at the Bollinger estate, that had something to do with why she was here. If she truly hadn't done anything, then she had something to gain from this place, or possibly from me. And if that was the case, I had to get her to talk. Make me. Giselle's eyes were wide open, or open wide. I recognized the look she was giving me. I knew very well what that gaze meant. You're an abomination. It's the same as them. Fear, contempt, revulsion, repulsion. The way she acted, the way she spoke. It was exactly the same. You're no different. I made her uncomfortable. I made her afraid. She thought I was unpleasant. She thought I was despicable. She thought I was an abomination. In a frenzy, I grabbed her by the shoulders, clamping down far more powerfully than I had meant to. Ow, stop! Her face, contorted in pain, morphed into someone else's. Who was I directing my anger at? Where was this rage being aimed? Who are you calling an abomination? What? Tell me, who? The black horror bubbling up from within me knew no end. The girl, she ridiculed me. She denied my identity with her glare. I couldn't escape from that phantom, that reality. What are you? I never called you a... No, get away from me! Get your hands off me! Giselle's scream echoed in the entrance hall, rattling my eardrums. She frantically smacked my arms aside, and then I came to my senses. She was standing a little ways away, breathing heavily, arms wrapped tightly around her body, glowering at me, showing her opposition to my touching her. Enlightening. No. You just, you startled me, that's all. Some servant you are, telling your master not to touch you. I am, oh, right, I have, you know. I'm, allergic to people. It's a very, very unique condition, I hear. I mean, can you believe that? See, you know how some people get all red and itchy when they touch a dog or cat? It's that, except for people, so, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I beg your forgiveness. Why don't you speak your mind? What? This is what's going through your mind right now. I have nothing to apologize for. No, that's not... I can somewhat sympathize with your plight. Whoops. Being made to apologize even though you're hurting. I raised my hand against you first after all. Then you forgive me? Sympathy does not equate to forgiveness. Now you take care of the package. I'm heading back to my chambers. What is it? You're not gonna make me leave after what I just did? No, I'm not. For it would seem I can make you leave on your own whenever I so please. Besides, I had yet to learn what she had done. It would be exceedingly difficult to get the story from her own mouth, which left me with one option, to write a letter to my mother, as much as the very thought revolted me. I'm allergic to people too. Hello Dana, how are you? Are you allergic to people too? I might be allergic to people too as well. It's why I stream, so I can stay away from people. while interacting with people at a safe distance where they can't touch me. Sorry. Several days had passed since the package arrived. The end of my 3rd week living in the mansion was drawing near. Michel wasn't getting any friendlier either. He continued to either snub or bluntly dismiss me whenever we crossed paths. I didn't understand why he acted that way around me. Well, maybe because you acted all suspicious about not answering the question. You know. Just saying. But there was little point in asking when he seemed to think there was little point in talking to me at all. Although at first I had been sure there was some way to get him to warm up to me, the more time I spent in the mansion, the more my willpower began to feel like it was at its breaking point. I could tell myself to stay positive until I was blue in the face, but it would only work for so long. The one pretty place in the whole house. I'm glad he hasn't covered it back up. Blue moonlight shone quietly through the stained glass window, vainly illuminating some of the room. I hadn't noticed until now, but the room with the stained glass window appeared to be modeled after a chapel. Rows of pews faced the window, below which sat what used to be a pulpit. There was very little left of it though, and an awkward length of silver was mounted at the pulpit's front face, which was, I assumed, formerly a cross. Upon further reflection, rather than facing the window, the pews seemed to be pointed at the pulpit, or perhaps the cross hanging on it. I wasn't sure why there would be a chapel in the mansion, but I had no one to ask about it. For a house of this size, a statue of Christ or the Virgin Mary seems more appropriate. It's a very well-made chapel at any rate. I doubted Michel had it built for himself. There would be no reason for him to cover the window if that were the case. Nor had I even seen him come to pray. He doesn't seem like one to believe in God. God. I'm not even sure if God really existed, then surely the world would be a much more pleasant, peaceful place. No unfair disparities in money or power, no senseless misfortune. I certainly wouldn't have found myself here either. But God was evidently quite fond of giving mankind trials, so he would probably tell me with a straight face that this was one too. Or, perhaps, we simply had a false impression of him. And he didn't actually give us anything. He merely sat back and watched from somewhere far, far away. It wasn't his job to bring peace to the world or ensure our laws were fair. That was all mankind's responsibility. What is God? What are angels? I have no idea. Maybe the Bible has answers. Why should I pray to someone so far away? How do I know my prayer is even getting there? But still, it's not like I have any other options. Makes sense. That COVID life. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. Don't you worry. It'll all work out, promise. I already know where I'm going to work. It's a really prominent noble house, way out of reach of some small-time merchants like us. You never know, this could be my big break. Oh, I'm just kidding. Don't look so worried. I'll be just fine, honestly. I'll make enough money for us to get back onto our feet. Oh, for goodness sake, I can handle it. Leave everything to me. You just wait. I'll make our family into something you can be proud of. I'll be fine. Yeah, say bye to Mom for me. I probably won't be home for a while. What? You're afraid I'm going to make some careless mistake? I'm not that airheaded. I can be a refined and elegant young lady. Those nobles won't even know what to believe anymore. If you don't believe me, how about I give you a little taste? Ahem. How are you doing this fine morning, master? Your morning beverage is ready, prepared with the utmost of care. See, how about that? Not bad, huh? What? You really think it sounded forced? I was the daughter of a merchant who ran a shop on a capital's main street. My father had passed away in the plague, so it was just me, my mother, and my older sister. It would be a lie to say business was doing well. We struggled to squeak by day to day after taxes, but we couldn't just abandon the shop and leave the capital either. So we tried to make the best of what we were able to take in between the three of us. Then my sister fell in love with a moderately well-off aristocrat. My mom and I were supportive of her and her desire to marry, but their union almost fell apart because she was not suitable for him. Merchants were hardly the lowest class. What we lacked instead was wealth. We needed another source of money beyond what the shop took in. If only we had money, my sister could get married. If only we had money, my mom wouldn't have to work so hard. If only we had money. It was then that someone from the distinguished Bollinger estate approached me. He said they were in need of Abigails and would love to have me. He said that if I agreed to work for them, the Bollinger estate would take care of my family. Generally speaking, noble houses took Abigails from other lower-ranked noble houses. It was unthinkable for someone of my status to receive such an offer. So I took it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance and accepted the offer. I just pray that nothing bad happens to my sister, and that Mom is getting enough money to live comfortably. That's all I can do. They're nobility. They have plenty of money, enough to spare some. The light shining through the stained glass window began to grow murky, fading into blackness. It felt like a message from on high, that no, my prayers would not be answered. The bluish white illumination shining down upon me disappeared as clouds blocked the moon. Oh, come on. You don't even want to look at a sullied woman like me? Oh, for heaven's sake. I never asked to end up like this. I'm gonna go and quickly make some tea, so I'll be back in like a moment. Or I gotta get like the kettle on, so I'll need to take like a couple breaks. So I'll be back. T, what are you? Human? I'm human? I don't know what you mean by that question. What are you? What are you? I think I'm human, last I checked. The haha cat. BB likes that that emote. What are you? God. You and your puns. You and your puns. Them dad jokes. Sup, Retro Eye? How you doing, man? Their nobility. They have plenty of money. Enough to spare some. Oh, come on. You don't even want to look at a solid woman like me? Oh, for heaven's sake. I never asked to end up like this. Giselle was sitting at one of the pews in the room with the stained glass window. Just looking at her, you might have thought she was offering a prayer, but the words coming from her mouth were anything but prayerful. Wait, is that a word? Prayerful? Can someone confirm that this is an actual word? Prayerful. I like this word. You know, you can just call me Rai and Key. Okay. I don't know. Rai. It just sounds like I'm saying like Rai. Rai is in like rye. Prayerful. Prayerful. Adjective of an action or event characterized by or expressive of prayer. Prayerful self-examination of a person given to praying, devout. It is indeed a word. Oh, okay. I mean, I haven't spotted any mistakes in this visual novel, so I'm impressed that this is an actual word. I don't think I've ever seen this word before. They were filled with resentment. I'll try to keep that in mind. Rai. I kind of want to say Rai guy. I don't know. I want to like say I need there to be like multiple syllables for some reason. I can't think of anyone. I don't know if there's anyone that I call on here where it's just one syllable. No, I don't recall if there's anyone I call just one syllable. Well, I thought about adopting the moniker Retro Rai. Because my fam used to call me Rye Guy when I was a kid. They also called me Rye Guy. So you can call me that. I called you Rye Guy the other time and you're like, no, you're not allowed to call me that. It was reserved for someone else or other people. I'm Wenchero boy. Are you though? Are you? Taco Tuesday. Taco Tuesday. That's 4. That's 4. Or sometimes I'll just call you Taco. That's 2 syllables. Usually I call people like 2-syllable names. Or nicknames. They have plenty of money, a solid woman, and then I never asked to end up like this. So this is what's beneath that facade. Most likely money's what she's after. All I need to do now is confirm my suspicions with them. Just what an awful secret will I uncover? I gave Giselle, sitting in the pew with her head drooped, a cursory glance before leaving the chapel. I had somewhere else to be. Psh! It's reserved for my waifu, but I was joking. Oh, that's right, you said waifu. Also, technically, since you're in my Discord, you're my waifu. I noticed this, so it's like, so everyone in here is, your waifu? What is this? Like, is this a special role or not? And then I noticed that everyone was a waifu, and I was like, okay, it's not a special role. Yeah, so your harem? That harem. Building up that harem. Well, good luck with adding to your little harem there then. And I guess I'm one of them. Shrug. The bitterly cold outside air felt like dozens of needles flowing into my lungs. It had been so long since I had stepped beyond the mansion's walls. A thick mist canopied the night sky, blocking out the moonlight. Naturally, the heavens did not rejoice at my leaving the house. It had been 10 years since I had seen the mansion from the outside. And it hadn't changed one bit. A gloomy scar upon the earth, shrouded in darkness. Hardly the kind of place someone would enthusiastically approach. Nevertheless, it was better than that house. Do I like Studio Ghibli films? That's like asking any weeb if like... Nah, I can't even think about it. Like, that's like asking someone if they know how to breathe air. That's what that's like when you're asking a known weeb if they like Studio Ghibli films. I don't know anyone who doesn't like Studio Ghibli films. Like, if you don't like Ghibli films, you must not like Breathing Air or something like that if you're an anime fan. So, do you like Breathing Air? Something like that, right? Well, I mean, I agree, but you never know. Like, if someone never answers no to that, I'm going to immediately regard this person as someone evil. Like, this person... Anyone who says they don't like Ghibli films, like, even... Okay, I can understand if they maybe dislike the odd Ghibli film, like it wasn't, you know, their cup of tea or whatever. But there's so many, like, different Ghibli films that are, like, wholesome and stuff. There's something for someone. Have you ever played Ni no Kuni, the animation? Yes, I have played Ni no Kuni. I own that one for the PS3, but I never finished it. I never did finish it, and I saw that they they released a remake on Steam or something. I didn't know Ghibli was a thing until I came across it on HBO Max. Wait, what? It was on HBO Max? Someone shared their Disney account with me. Actually, no, they have a bunch of Ghibli movies also on Netflix too, right? Netflix as well. But I also have access to the Disney subscription too, so they're on there as well. I'm still chafed about that because of the rest of the world except Japan got Studio Ghibli on Netflix, but us Americans have to use HBO Max and Japanese too. Wait, oh, you guys don't have you guys don't have access to the Ghibli movies on Netflix? Oh, that's weird. Okay. Yeah, I don't have access to HBO though, so that's probably why. That's probably why. It's kind of interesting to see how, like, even like as Canadians and Americans, we have access to different shows because of licensing issues. Nope, HBO Max holds the rights for them in America and Japan. Oh, okay, Japanese as well. Okay. No, I can watch Ghibli movies on my Netflix account, so I could stream them. Just kidding. I mean, I'm not beyond doing that, but I don't think you're supposed to do that. Anywho. But yeah, no, I did play Ni no Kuni, but I never finished it. It was a lot like it kind of reminded me a lot like Pokemon-ish. Yep, it's annoying. I signed up for HBO Max specifically for Ghibli, but they're just more money down the drain. Aw. Wait, like, how much does HBO Max cost? I mean, HBO is not bad. They got like some pretty good shows too. Like, if you're getting like other shows, I don't know what HBO Max includes though, so I'm assuming it's like a small section of HBO stuff that you'd get access to, and not everything. $14.99? I suppose Netflix is the same. I don't know. I guess it depends on Netflix which tier you're subscribed to. I just smooched my subscription off my sister, so kind of like Pokemon, but no catching the beasties. HBO Max is $14.99. Okay. Cartoon Network, DC Adult Swim, Crunchyroll, Sesame Street. My Netflix just went up. I pay $18 for Netflix. Oh no! At least with Netflix you can sort of share it to a degree, so you can sort of spread that cost, I guess. It's when you're like it's when you sub for it by yourself and you're not sharing the account with other people to sort of offset that cost, then yeah, it could be a little bit on the much side. So wait, you pay 18 plus 15 for HBO Max, so you're paying a total of like 33. Yeah, but I have the highest package of whatevs. I share it with my fam and a few of my friends. That's cool. Yeah, so as long as you are like sharing with like other people, get people to pony up to you. Plus Disney and Hulu. Wow. Okay, so you have like all the packages, all the streaming packages. I use my brother's. Yeah, I don't, we don't technically pay for our Netflix, but we pay for Amazon Prime. So we share our Amazon Prime video with my sister, and she shares her Netflix with us. I get Hulu free with Spotify, and I pay for Disney Plus. I have someone who shared their Disney Plus account, like, cause they paid for it, and they're like, do you want access to it? I was like, okay, sure, why not? So I have access to Disney Plus just because of one of my viewers was nice enough. All in for all the streaming stuff, it's like around $50-ish. I pay for it by myself. QQ. Oh my god. Yeah, my husband pays for the Amazon Prime stuff, so that's like, what, 100 a year? I don't know. He paid for the annual thing, so. And then my dad's Amazon Prime, yeah. That's the only thing we pay for in terms of like streaming services, so. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. And plus you get like with the Amazon Prime stuff, you get that free sub on Twitch, so you kind of get, you're technically kind of getting that money back in a way. Amazon Prime is a student package that's half price. Oh yes, I've heard of this, but you have to be you have to prove that you're a student and show documentation for that, right? Prove that you're a student of sorts. Yeah, I don't have like any student credentials, so I couldn't take advantage of that. If I ever went back to school, maybe. You only have to prove you're a student once, you just give them your EDU email. Oh, really? You don't have to keep like proving that you're a student? Cause I technically have like an SFU account. I still get it, I'm not a student anymore. Wonder if I could do that. I don't know. I'll have to look into this. I shall look into this discounted Amazon Prime thing. Anyway. Yes? Who is it? Michelle. What? Michelle? Wait, Bollinger? Just one moment. I'll be right there. Come in. It's a humble abode, but make yourself at home. What is this house? Wow, I must say, this is rather unexpected. Just one word and I would have been up there in a heartbeat. And how was I supposed to do that? I am regrettably fresh out of carrier pigeons. Right, yes. My apologies. This man, living in a small cottage not far from the mansion, had been hired by the Bollinger family. His job? To watch over me. That said, we never actually interacted. He was tasked with keeping track of whether I was still alive or whether I remained in the mansion. The monthly package from my family was delivered to him, which he then passed on to me. It was insipidly convoluted, but it was indicative of how much they wanted to avoid anyone learning about me. Well then, what can I do for you? The manservant was visibly rattled. Afraid, too. But not because of the difference in our social ranks. I had a pretty good idea what he had been told about me. He was afraid of me, or, more specifically, my curse. People fear that which they cannot comprehend. Not just children, adults as well. They fear demons, witches, and curses, anything impure or not of this world, but I had long since gotten used to that being viewed as such. It didn't sadden me, it didn't disappoint me, it didn't pain me. Some things were too foolish to concern yourself over, though it certainly doesn't make me feel good either. I was on some level annoyed that woman's appearance at the mansion had created ripples in my once tranquil life, so before I got into the real reason for my visit, I decided to take out a bit of my frustration. Raise your head, there's no need to be afraid. I don't know what you've been told, but I promise I don't bite. How rude of me. You're right, my sincerest apologies. Your job is to keep watch over me. If the mere sight of you has you trembling, what will you do if I try to run? I would have very little trouble escaping. That would be quite unfortunate. What would I ever tell your mother? I'm not sure that would end well at all. You could lose everything you've been paid so far. In fact, you might be lucky to get out with your life. So surely your mother would not. You are aware of who you're dealing with, right? Ah. Michelle, the cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family, who made a pact with the devil. I don't need a blade to take your life. You wouldn't even make it back to report anything. Have mercy, Lord Michel. Do not leave the mansion. Please spare me. Only joking. What? I don't have the power to kill you by way of curse. The man fell silent, but the look on his face said, You are cursed, though, aren't you? Once someone's got an idea planted in their head, it's nigh impossible to get rid of it. I am so cursed that anyone can see it, that I need to be locked away in the dark mansion. I am here because I had a question for you, not to warn you that I had planned to run away. A question? For me? Yes. Approximately 3 weeks ago, a black-haired woman came to the mansion. Tell me what you know about her. I was told there would be an Abigail coming, but that's all. I don't know anything else about her. I swear, that's all I know. I haven't been told anything else. I believe you. I never thought they would tell you anything. Right. He had been hired to observe me, but that's all he was, a hired hand. He wouldn't be privy to the Bellinger family's internal affairs. Take this. A letter? I need you to deliver this to my mother. You could have just left it in the box from the month's package, and I would have collected it when I dropped it off the next one. I am in urgent need of information. Will you do this for me? Yes. Why yes, absolutely. I'll fetch a delivery boy tomorrow morning. Much appreciated. Good night. You too. Do take care. That was curt and polite. I don't think the student package comes with the Twitch Prime thing, though, FYI. Oh, does it? At least mine doesn't. Ah. Creatons is peng? What is peng? Like penguin? Hold on. I gotta seize. Oh good, I muted before I could sneeze into it. Hey, that reminds me, I'm going to be uploading another short story thing to YouTube soon if you want to hear me read again. I don't have a fan going anymore, so the background noise should be eliminated. Oh, okay, nice. I'm going to really make sure my audio filters are perfect and fix whatever else in post. I'm still working on the video, but it should be going up in the next few weeks. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I was sort of thinking about doing some like readings of like, I was interested in maybe doing a reading of a light novel series I have, because I don't think that there would ever be like an audio reading of this series. Well, maybe there might be, but I mean, I might try my hand at it, so I'm gonna like experiment around with like my settings and whatnot. A very positive word used casually to show how attracted, etc. you are to something, someone. He's paying. This tastes paying by Flabface, October 28th, 2008. It means good. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that I'm good. that I'm good. That I taste pang. I've never heard of this word before. I've never heard of this word. Pang. Okay. Pang. But like what is it derived from? Like that description doesn't even actually tell me how this word came to be, because there's usually like an etymology even for like slang words, you know. It's a UK thing. Oh, okay, that sounds interesting. Just be careful about copyrights. I'm reading The Call of Cthulhu which is public domain. Yeah, okay. Well, if they take it down, they take it down, so I'm not like super duper concerned about like if I get dinged on it, but yeah. Pang. Why are you using a word that's like derived from like UK, or is it something that's been used here in America? Because this is the first time I've ever seen pang. I mean, I suppose I don't mind pang. And I see you lurking there. I see you lurking there, secret. Because I don't know. That's not a reason when you say because and then cap a face. I don't know. That's not because of anything. You don't know. Or I guess you're saying because you don't know. Lord Michelle. Yes? Is it true that you don't have? Would you like me to sew your mouth shut so you can never open it again? No, not at all. My sincerest apologies, Lord Michel. That was horribly disrespectful. Good night. Ah, cursed, I most certainly am. Hello, Cass, how are you doing? That's it. That's a really cute lurk emote. It's like Link. Because I'm paying. Can that be paying with you? So wait, so you're saying because I'm good, and then Rise like, can I be good with you? This doesn't even make any sense. Okay. See, if Cass said, "Hello, I'm doing Peng," and you? See, that would have made more sense. I read Peg, not gonna lie. What? Can I be Peg with you? That doesn't even make any sense either. None of it makes any sense. Like, none of it. It's all nonsensical. This Peng word business here. My mother's response arrived just 10 days later. The delivery boy must have pushed his horse quite hard. Wait, 10 days? This guy lives like 10 days on horse. On horse. I saw a TikTok the other day, and the girl brought her boyfriend an Xbox Series X and a PS5 so she could peg him. I died. Wow, really? Wow. Did he say yes to it? Not gonna lie, I would do it too. I don't know, it depends. I think it would depend. It's like, what if she like brought out like the biggest strap on? Just I don't know. Depends if they showed the size of what she wanted to peg him with. So, but yes, my link is link. It's from a channel I get gifted. Okay, I think I've seen this channel before. Who's this? Yeah, Sakura Tsubasa. The name looks familiar. I don't think I've seen her, but I've seen the name before. What did I walk into? I don't know. Grit and bear. Oh my god. I think also wrong use of bear. The word bear. That's not the correct bear word. I'm disappointed in you, Rai. I am disappointed in you. Oh, okay, you corrected. Major melon with duo mountain or wait, what? Major melon Mountain Dew. What? There's a melon flavored Mountain Dew? It's delicious. So delicious. No, I googled it. It's Grit and Bear It. Actually, technically, it's Grin and Bear It. Oh, yes, you were right. So I wasn't completely correct there in correcting you. But I was correcting you on your usage of the word bear. That's all I was thinking of. But yeah, Grin and Bear It. I think that has to do with like smiling, you know, the facade of smiling at someone when like you can be bothered to, you know, be there listening to whatever. There you go. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it sounds really good actually. Melon flavor. Is it like watermelon? Or is it like honeydew? Or is it like cantaloupe? What kind of melon? I need to know. I need to know. Oh, watermelon. Ooh, watermelon is my favorite melon. I'm gonna have to find this flavor of Mountain Dew. Watermelon weirdo. I don't know. In like in Japan, when you say melon flavor, it's not watermelon. It's like a different kind of melon. Smile, to be cordial, tolerate their behavior. Yeah, basically grin and bear it. So I think that's where that kind of word comes from. There's probably a more interesting history behind the etymology of that saying, but yeah. It's not as sweet as some other flavors. Well, that's good. I don't really like my I don't really like the soda to be super like syrupy sweet. So if it's not that sweet, that's good. Anyhow. So apparently his family lives 8 days away on horsefoot. Horsefoot? Horse? On horse. I do that a lot with some coworkers. I do that a lot when interacting with anybody in public. Grinning and bearing it with anybody, with any normies. Basically everyone else I consider normies. I just felt grit worked better because if one were to be pegged with something that was very large, you'd grit your teeth. At least I would. Not that I've ever been pegged. TMI. Just kidding. I'm not gonna, we don't kink shame here on this channel. So if you like being pegged, that's, you know, that's alright. We accept you. we accept your kinks. That too. It was almost exactly a month after Giselle had moved in. I'm trying to do better about like reading sections in the game, like doing a good section of like reading. I remember like on one of my YouTube videos for I think it was Steins Gate or Chaos Child, one of the comments someone left on one of my playthroughs, they're like, streamer proceeds to interact with chat and doesn't bother, you know, reading the game for another half hour. Click off video. No, dude, not for me, but for PS5 and an Xbox Series X, I would do it. What is the combined value of a PS5 and I didn't even know that there was an Xbox Series X? Like what the hell? What's next after XX? Like what would XXX? Triple XXX? How are they gonna name their next series? Combined is around 1K. Damn. I do it for $20. Taco's cheap. Taco's a cheap pig. And shortly thereafter, on a bone-chilling night, everything came crashing down. Oh, this is ominous. The rift between us grew deeper, and the wall between us impossibly high, when I lay bare the scars in her chest, and mercilessly plunged my knife into them. That sounds like he's gonna murder her. I mean, honestly, I'd rather have a new PC, probably around $4 grand, you know? But you're not gonna snub your nose at two brand new, latest generation, console gaming systems. This is true. But I'm gonna lurk because I had a long day at work, but heard you reading and it's always so soothing. Aw, thank you. Thank you so much, Cass, for your kind words. And yeah, enjoy your lurk. And hope you get a good rest after a nice long day at work. Nope, no, I wouldn't. Even if I prefer PC. Could always turn around and sell them anyway. Yeah, this is true. What with, apparently, like, what, the PS5 is also really hard to get. I don't know about the Xbox Series since this is the first I've actually heard about it. Goes to show how much I keep on top of, you know, latest gaming news, which I don't. But I've heard, like, the PS5 has been, like, really hard to get your hands on. They're both hard to get, okay. Why is it in such limited run? Like, well, what are they doing? Are they purposely, like... To me, it almost sounds like they're purposely, like, withholding consoles to make them... to make, like, a buzz around them or something? Make more hype around it? Yeah, and scalpers selling them for double their cost. Damn. Damn. Maybe I should have gotten in on that and scalped them myself. No, thank you, Cass, for being here. No, it's mostly scalpers buying up all the stock. Oh, man. Them scalpers are, crafty sorts of people. Crafty sorts of people. How did we get to this point? Ugh, I hate everything. My spirits were getting darker and darker, like they were slowly sinking into the deep morass. I had been at the mansion for a month, and every day since felt twice as long as it should have. I had been optimistic at first. I'd even had a little hope that me and Michelle could get along together. But it hadn't taken long for that hope to be shattered, and the cheer walked away inside of me. We lived in the same house, but we never spoke anymore. On the few occasions we did cross paths, he just gave me a cold glare and nothing more. Scorn and suspicion in his eyes. Whenever he looked at me like that, it felt as though my throat was being constricted, like I was deep underwater and running out of air. Like my very presence in the world was a crime. I never would have imagined just how agonizing constant rejection was. I started despising others. Despising myself. Despising the world. Convinced there was no one who could set me free, I considered running away from everything rather than live like this another day. But I would have done so long ago if that were really an option. If they found out I had fled, that I acted outside their wishes, my mom and sister would pay. I succeeded in allowing my sister to get married and my mom to live comfortably. I had given them happiness. I couldn't take that away from them again. Not after what I had to go through to do it. Ah, no. Cut that out. You're getting way too depressing, Giselle. Pull yourself together. That's not who you are. Be positive. The negativity didn't only come from my interactions with Michelle either. No, there seemed to be some kind of terrible presence within the mansion that twisted people's hearts. The mansion was, in fact, a bit of a local legend which I had been informed about before being sent here. People claimed it was cursed, and that an evil witch had lived in it for many, many years. Michel joked that he was the witch, but I didn't believe him. I'm not usually one to believe in magic or curses at all, but being here so long, I can't help but wonder. Anyway, things can't go on like this. If I was to remain in this house, the situation needed to improve a lot. I was going to lose my mind if things kept up as they were. I was ready to give up once, but I'm going to try closing the distance between us again. If I could get him to open up even the tiniest bit, then maybe that would make living here a little easier. I wasn't going to try to make us best friends or anything, just repair a relationship enough that being around each other wasn't torturous. I've got my work cut out for me. How do I even begin that conversation? Heck, what is that conversation even going to be about? Maybe I should hold off, do it another day. No, I've made up my mind to do this, so I should get to do it quickly. The longer I wait, the worse things are going to get. And eventually there won't be any fixing anything. We need to talk. We need to be in the same room for more than 10 seconds, and we need to get to know each other. He needs to know that he's not the reason I have something to hide. Okay, let's do this. She's a go-getter. It pisses me off they're doing it with PC hardware too, driving prices up. Yeah, I noticed this about what was it? GPUs. I was like looking at prices around Christmas time because I was kind of curious about the 3000 series that the Nvidia just released, and they're like so expensive. And even the card that I bought that I'm currently using, which is the what is it, the 1060, I'm forgetting, the GTX 1060 Ti. Is it 1060? 1660. I'm forgetting now. Hello, unknown enemy. How's it going? It's going good. It's going good. Talking about overpriced PC hardwares. Also, actually, I'm gonna go and make myself a tea because my water should have boiled by now. To honor that, we'll beat some peasants on hard. Unfortunately, they don't allow you to beat the peasants in The Witcher 3. I was kind of saddened by that. Do you think I eat crickets? Another Witcher 3 quote. Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I always find when I do these sorts of like reading type streams, I need something else other than water to drink. I find water is actually really drying on the throat. I made my way to Michelle's chambers, which she had told me to stay away from. My stride was slow and ponderous, but at the very least I did my best to keep some semblance of a smile on my face. Ah, this is one time where I'd really like to have someone to give me a little nudge. Breathe in, breathe out. Okay. Pardon, Master? There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Master? I guess he's not here. Have you drank sandpaper? It's good, but dry. A little scratchy. I will take your word for it. And actually, how the hell do you drink sandpaper? It's not even a liquid, first of all. So, you know. hello, gamer JSS. Actually, what do you prefer me to call you? Because it's like, gamer's pretty like generic, and then you have JSS. So, do you have a name that you prefer to be called? Or do you just want me to call you gamer JSS? Just? I don't want to be crass. It's almost like saying jizz. or wait, okay, maybe I can call you Jess? Jess. Jizz? Wait, do you really want me to call you Jizz? Ice isn't a liquid, but it's water. I mean, you're right. It's a solid form of water. But it melts in your mouth. Well, actually, technically with ice, you chew it. You chew it, so you're not really swallowing. You're not drinking ice. You are eating the ice. No, call me Julian. Okay, I will call you Julian or Jules. Julian. I don't know how people feel about like nicknames. No, you let it melt on your mouth. Then is it like then you're technically kind of like sipping away at it? Then you're like licking at it. No, not licking. Like letting it seep into your tongue. I don't know. I can't stop laughing. So wait. Are we calling you Jizz or Julian? I rasp it with my tongue. Rasp. That's a good action word. Rasp. But can humans do this though? I know like with cats, they have like scratchy tongues, so rasp would be a good word for what cats do when they lick you. That's what snailies do. Oh yeah, you're right. Snails have like I don't know, raspy kind of textury bodies, tongues. Their bodies are their tongues, right? I'm not remembering now what the anatomy of a snail is like. I don't know. You don't know. Oh wait, no. They have a mouth, right? Somewhere along their foot. I can't remember. That they just rasp things with it. This is true. Actually, I think I remember reading about that a long time ago when I was a kid. Anyhow, I will call you. I'll try to remember to call you Julian. GamerJS says. But how you doing, man? The door wasn't locked. As was the rest of the house, his room was shrouded in darkness. The only light came from the candle in my hand. Master? Are you there, Master? What up, Jizz? I guess I missed him. It's probably best if I don't stick around for long. He's already got less than a stellar impression of me. I don't want to imagine what'll happen if he thinks I've been snooping through his room. Yeah, I should get out of here. I spun around on my heels, taking a step toward the door, when I caught sight of an object draped in a black sheet. I knew I had to get out of there quickly as possible, but I was intrigued by that object. Something he kept hidden in a room I was forbidden to enter. Maybe it was a clue to discovering Michelle's secrets. I reached my hand down toward the object, knowing good and well I shouldn't. Was it because I wanted to learn more about him? Was it because I wanted to tear down the veil he had hid behind? Or was it the whispers of the witch? What are we gonna find out? Oh, it's a painting. Do you think having your body covered in snails rasping, you would feel good? I don't know. No, I think rasping is the action of because their tongues, I think, are supposed to be like not barred, but you know how like cat tongues are like scratchy? I think their tongues are similar to that too. So rasping is the action of like, I guess, licking and scraping off bits of food into their tongues and eating it that way. Did jizz hit your face? Good, just got done watching a friend stream and mod in 4 mod in 4. Oh, okay. Long morning today. Oh, okay. Wait, morning? Where are you? Whereabouts are you if it's morning? Are you international? It is 8 a.m. in Germany, so are you somewhere near there? I'm scared about what I've joined into. Wait, you're seriously in Germany? You're in Germany? I was wondering if it would. Wait, if what would? Oh, if rasping would feel good? I don't know. All I know is I detest snails and slugs with like an unnatural hatred and disgust. So I would not appreciate having snails on me. Having my body covered in snails would horrify me beyond description. Yes, no, I'm in the US. Oh, okay, because you said something about long morning today. Hi, Vivi. We were talking about jizz. No, we were talking about how what to call gamer JSS, and then he said JSS, and I read that as jizz, and then we all laughed about it. So, but we're gonna call him Julian. So, you even hate the banana slug? Yes, I hate all slugs. Slugs are just absolutely disgusting, and they should all die. Like I've actually even had escargot one time. I was just like, no, I can't do that again. But at least I can say I've tried escargot. Snails like Gary from SpongeBob. Ugh, you're a SpongeBob, aren't you? I joined in, got called Jizz and scared. Hey, I didn't call you Jizz. You technically called yourself Jizz. Because I was asking you what name you wanted to be called by, and you said JSS, and we, you know, or rather I read that as Jizz. So. Just kidding. Anyhow. Okay, so we're going through some kind of revelation here. Save. But yeah, this is the last story. I'm hoping that we can get through this in this stream, finish this game. But we'll see. At this rate, I probably won't finish. Hello, Eileen. Oh, also happy birthday. I was checking out your channel because I saw that you potentially streamed, and I saw that you had a birthday yesterday, which actually was you share the same birthday as my son. So happy birthday. Happy belated birthday. He turned 7, so, but I'm sure you're not 7. So, you seem older than that. Oh, wow. Yeah. I thought it was like quite the coincidence that you shared the same birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Yeah. Happy birthday to everyone's birthdays who was yesterday's. And oh, actually apparently it was also Australian Day. Happy Australian Day. I don't have anyone from Australia to confirm this though. But I remember sincerely was saying that it was Australian Day, I think, on the 25th, I think. Anyhow, what do we have here? I pulled off the sheet revealing a framed painting of what appeared to be a noblewoman with porcelain white skin. What stood out about her, though, was that the woman's hair was as pale as her skin. And then... Wait, the white-haired girl? It's the white-haired girl. What? I noticed something else. Wide gashes ravaged the canvas, damaging her face beyond repair. What the? I imagined it had once been a painting of a beautiful woman, but there was hardly a trace of that left. The only feeling it inspired anymore was a deep chill. This damage was not accidental. It was deliberate, angry, and the contempt emanating from within the frame was stifling. Thick, suffocating blackness seeped into me. Why would anyone... She was surely a most beautiful woman. Angelic, even. A storm of questions assaulted me. Who was she? Why had her face been carved up? Why had the painting been covered? What had happened? Who could have? There's only one person who could have done this. Michelle. Why on earth? You saw it, didn't you? You saw the painting, didn't you? You entered my room without permission, and you saw the painting, didn't you? I am angelic, you say? There's nothing angelic about that damned woman. I scrambled to make some excuse, but nothing would come out of my mouth. All I could do was tremble. Whoa. Is that a knife he's wielding? He looks really evil here. Let's appreciate this artwork here. Like, damn. It looks so evil. Why did you enter my chambers? What were you looking for? Answer me. My mouth wouldn't move properly. I couldn't make my voice come out. It was like I wasn't even my own body anymore. The wisps of air that were drawn into my lungs were expelled as hoarse gasps. My breath was shallow and rapid. I was inhaling, but I wasn't getting any air. I was terrified. Terrified. Terrified, terrified, terrified. Of his eyes, of his voice, of his feelings, of the knife he was holding up to me. Of the terrible past I was chained to. The man's voice, the man's very flesh, terrified me. What were you trying to find, and what were you planning to do with it? Answer me. Another thing you refuse to tell me, then? No, I'm trying. Nothing's coming out of my mouth, though. Everything's so bright. And I can't catch my breath. I can't breathe. That's fine, though. You don't have to tell me. I have a pretty good idea. An idea? What do you mean? Money is what brought you to the Bollinger estate, and is what brought you to me, too. There are countless people who would love to see that house fall, and a noble family fears nothing more than disrepute. You were, I presume, approached by someone scheming the Bollinger's downfall. No. And as it just so happens, the Bollingers have a very unfortunate secret, one they're quite desperate to keep under wraps. Me. Someone suspected I might still be alive, so they sent you to dig up information about me. My very existence threatens to tear down that house. The cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family. Michelle, who made a pact with the devil, who is supposed to be dead but is very much alive. You sweet-talked your way into that house and into information about me and my present situation. You meant to trade that information for money. I bet whoever it was put quite a handsome price on it, too. Or maybe the one plotting to ruin the Bollinger family is you. No, that's not true. Then enlighten me. Please. Hear me out. I didn't know anything about you. I wasn't sniffing around or trying to bring you harm in any way. Then tell me. If that's not the reason you wormed your way into the Bollinger estate, and that's not what you're doing here, then tell me what is. Tell me why you came to this mansion. You want me to tell you about that? No way, that's asking way too much. Tell me. I swear I haven't done anything to wrong you. I simply wanted to make our life together a little more comfortable. To bring some warmth to this frigid relationship we have. That's the only reason I wanted to find out more about you. I must assume I'm right then, Giselle. I must tell him he's wrong. I must tell him I mean him no harm. But I can't say anything. A merchant's daughter became an Abigail at a noble house? Could you come up with a more obvious lie? Your father's the one who... Wait, how does he know that I'm from a merchant family? You look perplexed. I may be imprisoned in this house, not free to move about as I please, but I have my ways. I know everything. Everything? Then he knows about that too. Oh yes, I do know. Please. So don't. In your quest for money, don't say it. You slept with my father. Dun dun dun. This is the twist. It's my birthday too. Is it really, Taco? Happy birthday to everyone. Happy birthday. What about the giant African millipede? Gross. Any insect that has also like way too many legs, other than spiders, and spiders are not insects, freak the hell out of me. Or like any insect that has like fakey legs, scare me too. I gotta go have a good night, everyone. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Rich. Rye. I probably missed that. That was probably a while ago. Oh my god! You know how I imagine that? Oh my god! I think of like, JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. The grandpa. He's like, oh my god! I wish she could have talked. Dun, dun, dun. Those are some of my favorite animals, Sage. What, the giant African millipede, the banana slugs, all these very what are they, I can't think of the word, something insects. They're very unique, very international. Everything is a JoJo reference. Oh my god. I always think Janice from Friends. Oh, she's so annoying. She's like, oh my god. Yeah. Wait, did I hit the auto? No, 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 don't auto it. In that moment, Michel plunged his knife into my heart. He stabbed her. Why? He like revealed to her the secrets that he knew about, and then he killed her. What the fuck? Wow, this is dark. Uh-oh. Game over. Thanks for playing, GG. He carved through my chest with those words, causing me to completely lose control of myself. In a panicked frenzy, and probably screaming all the way, I knocked the man aside and ran and ran and ran. Oh, okay, so he didn't stab her. He stabbed her with his words. I ran so far away. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I could hear a clap of thunder in the distance. Oh, how I wished a bolt of lightning would come crashing down upon me. Maybe if God burned my tainted flesh with a divine thunderbolt, it would get rid of some of the filth. But the jagged streaks of light cascading across the dark clouds did not strike me, only creating restless grumbles in the sky. Okay, I'm not gonna do any more breathing here. It's just too lewd. More moaning. Why? I knew that if I fled that mansion, I would likely be causing trouble for my mom and sister, but I was helpless to stop myself. All I could do was run from all that threatened me with no regard for the consequences. Before long, small droplets of rain began falling, which soon grew heavy enough to penetrate this forest canopy and reach the ground where I stood. The downpour drowned out my tears and my cries. Because I had rushed from the mansion without even putting on a cloak, each cold winter droplet stung bitterly against my flesh. But the bite of the rain was like a warm embrace compared to what I'd been through before. Michel had spoken the truth. As much as I wanted to deny it to avert my eyes, reality was forever engraved in this body. No, no, I don't want to think about it. But I had no say in the matter. Get out of my head! I enjoy the pant reading, though. I'm sure that people probably would. That sounded interesting. This guy was jerking off to a corpse here. I don't remember that. I don't remember that, and I was in Neo. I'm guessing there was a lot of mobs in little corners, hunched over corpses and stuff. So you know. She can talk now, but not when she needed to. I think she was still talking in her mind. In her mind. Like anything that's like in a encapsulated in like a parenthesis. I want to say brackets? Parenthesis? Oh my god, Anki, I just picked at your Insta. You have a Torty kitty. I love her. Aw, thank you. Yeah, that's Luca. Luca's my Torty. She's Torties are your fave. Yeah, I love Torties and I love Calicos. So we were really fortunate to be able to pick up and adopt a Torty and Calico sister pair. So they're sisters apparently. Come over here, Giselle. Wait, who's Antonin? Antonin? How do you... Does anyone know how to pronounce this name? Antonin. 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 Okay, may I ask why you asked me here so late at night, Master? I think this is the, event in question here where he, lures her into his bed. Oh, I just wanted to have a little chat. Care for some wine? Come closer, and I'll pour you a glass. I had this wine imported from up north. They use very hard water, and like it rather tart, so it leaves quite the lasting impression on your tongue. And yet it goes down so easily, you just can't seem to stop. What do you say? Have a sip. Or does your expertise as a trader allow you to evaluate a wine's quality without tasting it? No, but please, Giselle, don't trample all over my good graces. Very well then, I will have a sip, Master. Or, oh, sorry, that's the wrong voice. Very well then, I will have a sip, Master, but no more. Have you ever considered growing out your hair? Having long hair made it difficult to do my job. You're not a merchant anymore, though. You deserve to look like the woman you truly are. I have no doubt longer hair would accentuate your natural beauty. It's a gorgeous shade of black, so deep a man could get lost in it for years. What kind of line is that? It would contrast the color of your skin fabulously. Highlight your eyes, your cheekbones, your nape, your shoulders, and your chest. I should get going. Oh, but we're not done talking yet. I would not want a lack of sleep to interfere with my ability to work tomorrow. Thank you very much for the wine. It was delicious. No need to be so cold-hearted now, from the moment I first laid eyes on you. Master, that's enough fooling around for one night. Now, don't be afraid. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. I simply want to express my love. Let go of me. I only came here to work, nothing more. The first time I saw you, I thought it would be a tragic waste to leave you to wither away, working at some little street-side shop. Stop! You can't tell me you didn't know a merchant girl had no place in a house like this, even as a servant. There's only one reason you would be allowed here. No, I swear, it never even crossed my mind. Ha 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 ha. It would seem you're even more innocent than you look. But you figured it all out by now, haven't you? No, let go of me. Stop this. Keep your voice down. Eek! Do not shout, Giselle. If anyone were to find out about this, you would be the one shouldering the consequences, not me. But you're a maid, and I'm the master of the house. Whose word do you think holds more weight? Don't worry, I won't do anything to hurt you. I promise your family will be exceptionally well taken care of. Your mother will have the comfortable life you wanted for her. But you know what will happen if you raise a fuss and make a fool of yourself. Not only will your family not get any of our money, and not only will your sister not get to marry, you will all spend the rest of your lives on the streets. How could you be so cruel? This is blackmail. Blackmail? For a merchant's daughter, you don't know much about trade, do you? Then let me give you a little lesson about market value. The goods you're after, Giselle, are not cheap. Understand? Now, let me see that beautiful body of yours. Oh god. He was an older man, so I hadn't expected him to be very strong. But I couldn't break free of his grip, and I found myself entirely at his mercy. Beneath the gaudy outfits lay a hungry beast, and I was seeing the creature's true colors for the first time that day. The aging man ran his disgusting, slobbery tongue across my exposed skin. Everything he placed his hands upon withered away. Hold on, this music, though. This background music. It's so leery. It's perfect. Cue the 1980 hentai plot. Run, run, run! This guy's too rapey. Not even more scared of what I trying to do. Ew, ew! Trigger M plus trim. Yes, ew. I mean, this channel is mature, so. Although I didn't actually expect this of this story. But I assure you this story is not supposed to be an adult game, so. It probably won't go any further than just, like, a description. Every piece of flesh he pressed his lips against putrefied. Rotted. Decayed. Rankled. I trembled in revulsion, in which the man laughed, seemingly interpreting it as something else. I wondered what kind of place hell was. If hell's wardens only flayed and carved their prisoners, I would have preferred that instead. I would have rather been sliced into tiny little chunks and cast into the hellfire. I would have chosen eternal torment over being touched by this man another second. But I didn't get to choose my hell. Eventually, the man forced open the gates I had been holding fast, and spread his festering death inside me. Gross. Just the way she describes it.
Listen to me, Giselle. It is in both of our interests to keep this between the two of us. If you can do that, I'll continue to do good by you and your family. Oh, don't look at me like that, please. I'm thrilled to have you here in this house, Giselle. She has long since lost her mind after all. It's torture just being in the same room. And my sons, they hardly come ever home. But you, Giselle, you give color to my dull life. You make it exciting once again. Now, go on back to your room. I'll be waiting here at the same time next week.
Once a week? That's all he has. That's all he added in him for once a week. I'm just here to support. I don't even know the game or what's going on. Yeah, usually when I play a visual novel, most people who catch it in the middle are gonna be confused. So, unfortunately. Oh god, quit the job. Quit, quit, quit. No, she's trapped in it because she wants a better life for her family. I couldn't escape from that man's grasp. Not when he used my family against me. Some weeks, I would just not go to his chambers, my one feeble means of resistance. But when I did that, he would send another Abigail to come find me the next day. I couldn't ignore his summons when he got other people involved. And then, when the two of us were alone, the mask would come off, and he would discipline me for not showing up before taking care of his usual business. On good days, he would leave bruises in inconspicuous places, my abdomen, my inner thighs. But he went as far as carving a word into my skin with a knife. Harlot. That's why I was afraid of knives. That was why I was afraid of men shouting. I wasn't even sure what to regret anymore. I was in far too deep. There was no turning back the clock. I even considered taking my own life on more than one occasion. But every time the thought crossed my mind, happy memories came with it. Back when it was just the three of us girls in the shop, life might not have been easy, but it was never dull either. I didn't want to end my life at its absolute lowest point. I wanted, if just temporarily, to go back to the way things were back then. That objective was the only thing that allowed me to keep going. When I was in his presence, I tried to convince myself I was merely an object. I had no emotions, so he couldn't hurt me. I was merely a vessel, a construct of flesh and bones. His hands couldn't reach my heart, for it was not connected to my body. Doing that made it a little easier to bear, but the reality was it was impossible to completely sever my heart from my body. You're Giselle, aren't you? One day, the mistress of the estate stalked me in the halls. Sorry, I didn't know who that person was, so I didn't know what kind of voice to give her. Okay, so it's the mistress, the wife, the wifey. What? I'm sad, feels bad. Yeah, this story is supposed to be like, this game is full of like tragic stories, so I'm expecting this story to be very tragic. She had supposedly once been quite beautiful, but now she was only haggard and bony. Her skin dry, her eyes sunken, her hair faded and stripped of its luster, her head down, her cracked lips barely moving as she spoke. Age didn't appear to be the only thing working its merciless magic on her either. There seemed to be something eating away at her from the inside too, something that could burst at the lightest touch. Yes, I am Giselle. Is there something I can do for you? The mistress rarely ever left her chambers. I had been told it had been years since she attended family supper. So, what would bring her to come looking for someone like me? Intio. What? I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. I'm trying to think of what kind of voice to give her. You're having relations with my husband, aren't you? Because it sounds like she's old and withered. You are, aren't you? Madame? You wretched creature. She was telling me the truth. One of my trusty maids caught a glimpse of you through a crack in the door. She saw you with him, you filthy rat. You seduced my husband. You devil, you conniving witch. You don't get it, do you? You don't realize how grievous your sin is, do you? Someone, anyone, restrain this girl. She's a demon, a devil. Tie her up and hand her over to the clergy. No. That won't be enough. A witch, you had to burn her bones, scatter the ashes, or she'll just come back to life. Yes, execute her. Kill this woman. Burn the witch. Seize the piece she's stolen from me. Cursed. It's cursed. This house is cursed. Not only has it taken away my daughter, now it's trying to take away my son. Wait, daughter? Is Michelle supposed to be a girl? Oh God, please shine thy cleansing light upon this house. I knew it would be a waste of breath trying to talk to her. She was not of sound mind. There was madness in her eyes. I didn't even have to make a fuss about it. It happened all on its own. There was no way around it. Then I should have just done it myself after the first time. I didn't have the energy to argue with her, to cry, or to shout. Before long, a crowd began to form around me and the sobbing mistress, and in it stood him. I assumed he would just stand back and watch, but much to my surprise, he stepped in, with an embarrassed look on his face, and to try to settle his wife down and convince her not to have me executed. Maybe he did have a heart after all. Or maybe he just wanted to save face. Regardless, instead of being burned at the stake, it was decided that I would be sent away to some remote forest. One of the previous Bullinger family heads had purchased a mansion there long ago, but it had been abandoned because of the stories people told about it. They said a cursed witch dwelled in the house. She had returned to life after being executed, and now skulked about it in darkness. It was the perfect place to banish a sinner. And so, accused of adultery, I was in a carriage on my way out of the capital the next day. Oh no, it's a classic 177013 getting mad at the raped girl and not the raper. People make no sense. You know, I would once upon a time I would not have known what those numbers meant, but like now I kind of know, though I have never actually tried looking at these numbers before. I vaguely know what they're associated with. This is bad time. Please don't kill her. I need my booty call. But he sent her away, so he doesn't get his booty call anyway. So I don't know. It is kind of interesting to see that he just had her kind of banished away instead. I guess he didn't want her to die. I don't know. Everyone's so mean in this game. Never do. Don't do it. It made me and my friend cry when we searched it up. Oh no. No, I've only heard about these supposed numbers. I hadn't been curious enough to try though, so. I hope my mom and sister are alright. The two of them will believe in me, even if no one else does. The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to that cursed mansion. Just a silent coachman and a single, sullied passenger. Looking out through the window, I could see the city walls slowly fading into the distance behind us. I doubted I would ever set foot in this land again, ever cross the Grand Pont again. It was a saddening reality, but at the same time, I felt a surge of relief. I had finally escaped from that house. I had finally escaped from that man. The sense of freedom slightly lessened the weight of everything else I was feeling. So that's kind of why she was a bit happy about being there. A good while after we left the capital, the coachman handed me a letter. On the sheet of parchment was a rather startling revelation. There was someone else already living at the house where I was to reside. The Bollingers' youngest child. But the letter didn't say why he had been sent to the cursed mansion, only that he was there. Beyond that, the letter only made a single request, that I look after him and not ask any questions. So, I'm not just being sent off to the middle of nowhere. I still have work to do. If I look after whoever's at the mansion, then they'll do the same for my family? I don't have much say in the matter either way, I suppose. The carriage rattled and shook as it traversed down the stony path and bouncing around inside it. I resolved to take back my life. The peace I had once known. The cheerfulness I had lost. And to do so, I would forget. Lock away my memories. Bury every terrible thing that had happened to me. Cast aside those memories and find my smile once more. I have no idea who I'm going to find there, but they couldn't possibly do anything worse to me. I'll greet them with a smile and do my best to build up a decent relationship with them. I figured since the both of us had been banished to the same cursed mansion, there would probably be other things we had in common. Okay, I'm getting tired of this soundtrack. And so, I would forget it all and get my life back. Get my smile back. And that was everything that led up to me arriving at the mansion. All the wounds I never wanted to open again. I didn't want to think about that. I've been trying so hard to forget about it. I wanted to forget all about it. So why? Why did you have to make me remember? All I did was believe. Believe that we could make things work. Why? Why? How could you? God, I can't take it anymore. I don't know how to do these voices. Like, Once the memories had broken free, they all flooded back with perfect clarity. Exactly how he ran his hands across me, exactly where he hit me, where he cut me, like I was going through it again this very moment. The rain was cooling me down on the outside, but so much nauseating heat had built up in my gut. I vomited all over the ground. I threw up and I threw up and I threw up until there was nothing left but bile. And when I had nothing left to expel, the strength evacuated from my knees and I collapsed. I didn't know if everything was blurry because of the rain or if because my eyes had decided they were done looking at anything. The whole world twisted before me. Michel's no different. My attempts to get close to him, to always keep a smile on, it was all a waste. The look in his eyes was terrifying, like he didn't believe in anything at all. So he probably wouldn't have believed me if I had told him the truth. If he's convinced I have an ulterior motive, there's probably no changing his mind. Such a cold rain. If I lie down here and go to sleep, I wonder if all the warmth will eventually drain from my body. And then I'll decompose and become part of the earth. You know, that might actually be nice. I'd like that. I always thought I didn't want to die, that I wanted to go back to the way things were, but who cares anymore? I did my best after all, and that still got me nowhere. Cheerful Giselle, it was all just a farce. And when I'm dead, all my worry for my mom and sister will fade away with me. Oh God, I doubt you have a place for me on high. I am, after all, an unclean woman, and I've given up on living altogether. But even if I can't get into heaven, that's okay. I want release. The rain pitter-pattered down through the leaves overhead, chilling my skin. Cold spread through my flesh and into my bones, my heart, and lungs, and stomach, freezing me like a block of ice. My consciousness drifted away from me, and the world slipped through my fingers. More than fear, I felt relief. Utter black. And that, I was sure, was the end of me. Oh, that's sad. It's even harder back then because they don't have therapy and people side with the rapist. Yeah, usually. It kind of is like that still in a lot of countries nowadays, actually, Jillian. OML, please give my heart. And that, I was sure, was the end of me. Wait, so she's Giselle. See, she doesn't, it's confusing because she doesn't look like Giselle, but I guess because she has long hair. I am even now putting her through a harrowing experience, digging up the memories she locked away, past she wanted to pretend never happened, and laying it all out before her once more. But I must get her back to who she once was, even if it means forcing her to endure this. She must remember everything, because I need to know. Why did she become the maid? And what secrets does this house hold? You're... Michelle. Yes, my name is Michelle. I am not the white-haired girl. The person you were searching for was the man who once hurt you deeply. Me. Why? What was her why referring to? Why I hurt her? Or why I'm here? Or perhaps why I didn't show up until now? Not having an answer for her, I clench her cold hands in mine. I wonder, were her hands this cold that night too? There's still more we need to see though, and it's still too soon for me to apologize. When she's gotten everything back, only then can I. Once she's reclaimed herself, that is when I must tell her. Now, let us return to our past. Our story has only just begun. No matter what we thought or what we desired, no matter what we lost or how much pain we suffered, we must not shut this door. Oh, is there still more to the story? Perfect darkness embraces us once more. Don't be I mean, I don't blame you for being lost. Like, I'm actually kind of confused too at this point. This is like part of like this plot twist. I can see nothing, not even the woman beside me. But I shall not let go of her hand. I do not want her to slip away from me. But right now, okay, what's happening right now is we're in like, I guess I would call this the current time. If you can call this like the current time. And basically in this game, you're going through like a series of stories. So far we've gone through 4 different stories. We completed 4 different stories. And we would go back in time to like relive that story. And those stories were associated with the mansion. Because the mansion's like, I don't know, cursed or something. So there's stories associated with it. And right now we're going through the 5th story, and it's supposed to be like the true story about the maid. Because the maid this whole time had us believing like she was some passive figure maid. But yeah, I don't know. I'm confused also. There was also a white-haired girl character, and there was some confusion over like who was who, because like at first we didn't know who we were, like the character that's talking right now. So apparently we're revealing that we are Michelle, and the other girl is Giselle, or the maid is Giselle. I do not want to lose her. So we're just trying to figure out the roots of the maid slash Giselle's past. Ugh. Hey, stay with me. Are you alright? Ah. Oh, thanks goodness you're awake. How's your head? Can you see me? Wait, is this- oh, this is probably the man in the cottage. Also, those bird noises are really loud. Why are they so loud? Are those sound effects? Okay, those are sound effects. What? You had me scared silly there. I thought I might have lost you for good. I'm really glad you're alive. Where am I? And who is this man? What was I doing? You feeling up for any food? I can whip up some porridge for you right quick. Ah, I was in the forest. It was raining. Before that, I was at the mansion. I feel sick, like there's just something in my stomach. No, thank you. I don't want anything. You really should have something. You need to keep up your energy. Unless you want to conk out again in an hour. Sounds good to me. I'd rather never wake up at all. You're not in the highest of spirits either, it seems. All the more reason to get something warm in you. Please, have something. I've got some milk on the fire. I bet you can handle a cup of that. You start losing all hope once the cold gets that deep in you, reaches down to your core. Take me at my word, please. Just a sip. You'll feel like a whole new gal. A heart-wrenchingly pleasant aroma wafted up with the steam from within the wooden cup. Succumbing to the sweet smell, I lifted the cup to my lips for just one sip, and the warmth that spread throughout me brought tears to my eyes. Perhaps there really was kindness in the world. A ripple spread throughout across the surface of the milk. I heard a gentle sigh come from the man beside me, after which he said with a smile, "You should take it easy for the day." I had lost the willpower to think about anything. I didn't care what had happened to me or why I was here, who he was, or even where this was. I spent the whole day in bed, just watching the sun slowly slide across the wooden floor. It felt like I was somewhere far, far away. At times I felt like a lost child, and at times like a sickly old woman on her deathbed. Watching the sun travel gave me a renewed awareness of the passage of time, and the fact that each moment that went by was another moment I was alive. I realized then that it had been a while since I had gotten more than a brief glimpse at any sunlight. It almost surprised me how colorful the world seemed beneath the sun's light, something I didn't get much of in the dark mansion. Only after losing something do you realize how much you need it. Warm milk, the light shining through the window, and a bed that smelled like springtime. With these three things, my heart slowly began to defrost, and I started to regain the willpower to stand on my own 2 feet. She'd like me. Milk makes my day better. I don't actually really like drinking milk. I'll have like milk in my tea, but that's about it. Maybe cereal, but I don't. For the most part, I don't really drink milk very much. Thank you for everything. You sure you're in any shape to be on your feet? Yes, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. You looked pretty beat up to me. But you look a lot better now, and you're talking a lot more clearly than before. You've been very generous, despite having never met me before, and for that you have my deepest gratitude. Without your help, I would no longer be in this world. I don't deserve your thanks. You are alive now because God's guidance made it so. God. I came across you early this morning as I was heading into the forest to hunt. Imagine my surprise seeing a young lady like you on the ground in my path. What were you doing in the forest? You don't have to tell me if you'd rather not. Everyone's got their own share of personal problems. You're not going to demand I talk? I have no reason to force you to do anything. You look like you've been to hell and back. What? I could tell just by looking at you. Now then, do you have somewhere you can go? Somewhere to go? Of course I don't. I can't go back to the capital or the mansion. If not, then why don't you stay here? Here? Sure, it's a small village. We're self-sufficient and we all help each other out. No tax-hungry lords know we built the place up either, so we keep everything we make. We're pretty remote as a result, and the harvest isn't fantastic, but I'm sure you'll find it comfortable here. The rest of the villagers will be glad to have you. What do you say?
Sorry, Mom. What I'm about to do might make the rest of the family's lives more difficult, but I don't want to have to feel any more pain. If I really wouldn't be inconveniencing you, if it's really okay, then yes. I would like to stay here.
That's great to hear. I was loath to send you back out there in your current condition. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? The name's Amade. Just one lowly villager of many.
I'm Giselle.
Giselle. That's a beautiful name. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a vacant house. Clean it up, and you can call it home.
I couldn't possibly ask for that. I doubt others would like it if I just took a house for myself.
That shouldn't be an issue. I'm the village's representative, more or less.
Representative? Like the chief?
Only in name, though. As I mentioned, we're not on any lord's maps, so I don't have much representing to do. The only reason I ended up in charge is because I'm a bit more educated than anyone else. It was a long time ago, but I understudied with a priest. Because of that, I am familiar with the Bible's teachings. So rather than a chief, the people of the village look at me more like a priest. Wouldn't be much fun if the church found out about that. They're liable to think I'm acting unordained.
Then, you believe in God?
That's quite the question. Of course God exists. He's always watching over us. That's why you survived, because he protected you. I understand that your faith can waver when you're going through times of tribulation, but those are the times when it's most important you keep sight of who you are.
Right.
Now, you get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll show you around the village.
Thank you. I truly mean it. I really sincerely appreciate everything.
Don't mention it, Giselle. This is your village now, too, so you don't need to act like a stranger anymore.
Okay.
So, he's Amade.
He seems like a nice man. Maybe here, I can live in peace. It'll be alright, I'm sure. Yeah. I wasn't silly enough to believe my life would be perfect, but I had found a tiny fragment of my lost hope. While I had once been ready to give up on absolutely everything, I was starting to feel like I might be able to smile again, eventually. Like I might be able to get back on my feet. And in order to do that, I had to cast aside my past once more, forget everything that had happened in the Bollinger estate, and everything that had happened at that mansion. Forget about Michel. There was one niggling curiosity, though, that I couldn't shake, something he had said before I left.
My very existence threatens to tear down that house. The cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family. Michel, who made a pact with the devil, who is supposed to be dead but is very much alive.
What did he meant by that? Why would people think he was dead? No, I don't care about Michel one bit. Forget it. Forget everything. SMH. It's always sad to see someone so hurt finally meet a nice person and are just bewildered. He's so nice, he's a chat. The Amade. Yeah, he's a nice dude. The house was, as it always had been, wrapped in the thick silence. Giselle's shadow, which had been lurking in the halls for about a month, was nowhere to be found. She hadn't come back since running off that day. My secret was still safe. Her efforts had, in the end, all been for naught. Back to the way things were. But despite my mind telling me that it was for the best, I felt a kind of guilt seething in the back of my chest, and any attempts to figure out why only made me feel worse. But the look on her face then. She looked shocked, like scared. Please, hear me out. I didn't know anything about you. I wasn't sniffing around or trying to bring you harm in any way.
Was that really her just putting on an act because I revealed her scheming? She was screaming though, and she looked genuinely terrified when she knocked my hand away. I'm not falling for anything. I feel like I know that frenzied panic. Something doesn't add up. Be quiet. Silence, please. My head was pounding beyond relief. I couldn't stand anything. This world, the creature I was, the witches whispering, the archangel looking down upon me seemed to be cackling from somewhere far out of reach. So, for whatever it was worth to escape from his gaze, I once again drew the drapes over the stained glass window. Whoa, it's someone new! Hey, where are you from? You gonna be here long? Are you? We hardly ever get visitors here, so they're downright awestruck by you. You'll be getting a lot of attention for a while, but please, don't let it get to you. No, that's just fine. I'll do my best to get along with everyone. You've got a spark in you that wasn't there yesterday. Anything in particular that cheered you up? In particular? Once I decided I was going to stay here, I just sort of started feeling better about things. And I figured I couldn't stay gloomy forever. I see. Glad to hear it. Hehehe. And it's all thanks to you, Amadei. Keep thanking me like that, and my cheeks might get stuck red. In any event, I said I'd show you around yesterday, so how about we do that? Lead the way. That said, we're a modest little village of about 100. Oh, that's a lot of people for a village. Everyone knows everyone. For that size, it looks pretty big to me. Amadei taking the lead, we walked through the village, passing by crop fields and milk cows, presumably shared among the villagers. Houses were scattered across an area that seemed far too large for only 100 people. Actually, getting a better look at them, the buildings were dilapidated, looking more like ruins than residences. Once upon a time, this was a city rather than a village. When your ancestors lived here? Oh no, we were drifters fortunate enough to come across some decent-looking land, so we stuck around. How do you know what it was like before then? There were a few stone tablets left behind, and based on what we were able to extract from their texts, this area used to be a large city, with a booming economy rivaling that of the capital. There weren't hundreds, but thousands of people bustling about. Merchants from afar came in droves. It was much like how the capital is now. Actually, this area was more open to foreigners. People of all different races, speaking as many different languages. It was evidently quite the sight and sound. I had no idea there was a city here. That's what happens when a place is wiped from history. I couldn't tell you how reliable the tablets are, but if you take them at their word, the city lost everything in just a single week. What? People, crops, livestock, all dead. Maybe it was a natural disaster, a famine, a plague. I can't say for sure. Wolffiend TV, thank you so much for that host. For 10 viewers. Wait, was this a raid? It says host. So I think it's a host instead of a raid. But hello everybody. Hello. How are you doing? Hello. I'm assuming it was a raid attempt, maybe? What were you up to? Hello, Wolffiend. Let me throw you up a shout out. Welcome everybody. You were playing some Valorant. Yo, what's up? How is the stream going? It's going good. How pray tell, did you find my stream? just out of curiosity. Because Valorant is a far cry from this kind of a game, so it's interesting to see. Interesting to see a raid from someone doing Valorant. I followed you when you were playing Soma, I think. Oh, okay. That was a while back. That was a while back. Well, welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. Welcome back. This is totally different from Soma. Very different, but quite the contrast, yes. Thank you, Hidden Sniper 59 for the follow. Really appreciate it. So yeah, for those of you who are new here, I'm Instant Kitten. You can also call me Inky. I play a lot of different games. I'm a variety streamer, so I'll play anything from like just yesterday, or no, not yesterday, it was 2 days ago. The last stream was Bloodborne. So I'll play like action RPGs, and then sometimes I just feel like playing visual novels. So today's a visual novel stream. But yes, quite considerably the contrast. So I like to play all sorts of different games. So if you're here and you like different games, then yeah, there you go. Maybe it was a natural disaster, a famine, a plague. I can't say for sure. Missing Bloodborne. Oh, you're missing Bloodborne? I'm sorry. This is why a lot of my followers who follow me for specific games tend to only, I've noticed, only come for like specific types of games, but that's okay with me. I get bored easy, so Bloodborne is a happy time compared to this. Are you saying that this is too depressing? That you're this is way too depressing? You're like me. Well, I mean, a lot of streamers are like that too. It's hard to stick to like a very specific genre or just one game. I watch for you and to support. Aw, thank you, gamer or Julian. We're gonna call you Julian, right? Rather than the other name, right? Have you played any of the Persona games? No. This is on my to play list, but like a lot, as with like a lot of like the Persona games, or any like Japanese kind of RPG, those are like long plays, so it's like I want to play it though, but I know that Persona would probably take me a long time to stream. You play a ton of games I like, even though they're diverse. Also, hi, I was lurking. Hello 4-Idudon. I appreciate your lurk. But it's interesting to see what people play, and I get to see games I never would have played myself. I think that a lot of it is that's part of the allure. When I play games like these, that a lot of people don't play games like these, so people are intrigued by them. That's what I love about Twitch. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. It's like games that you never would have thought to even buy or whatever, or try out. We don't speak of the other name. Yeah, I'm about to try Yakuza, but it's a long series. Yes, that's another game I want. There's so many games I want to play, but it's like I can't decide. Like it's hard for me to prioritize like what I want to play. Like I also even want to play like maybe like even retro games, but yeah, too many games. Too many games. That's what happens when you're a variety streamer. But yeah. But yeah, Wolfine, thank you so much for that raid. I really appreciate it. Or the host? Raid host thing? I appreciate it. I appreciate you. That's what the tablet said, though. Whoa. That was really freaky. We have been cursed by the witch! That's kind of... okay, like, the way it just cut the music. Cursed by the witch? Look over there. You see that river? There used to be a magnificent bridge crossing it, but there's hardly anything left of it. If you continue along the path beyond the fallen bridge, there's a forest. That's where I found you. The deeper parts of the forest are so dense, you can't see anything but tree trunks and leaves. It's an eerie place, wrapped in a cloud of darkness. If you make it through that, there's a mansion, which is said to be cursed. The witch who supposedly destroyed the city lives in the house deep in the forest. She's been there for years and years and years, and she casts her curse on anyone who goes near it. The city was so large that the mansion was actually in its borders. My guess is the bridge was built to mark the road leading to it. Now, as you can see, the bridge is gone, and the houses still standing are practically in ruins. But the mansion alone looks just as it did back then. The witch living in the mansion goes by the name Morgana. According to the record, someone by that same name was executed in the area for witchcraft, and even in death, she continues to bear her grudge against mankind. Who knows how much of it is true, though? Truth or fiction, the story has taken root in this region. The city's history may be lost, but the legend of the witch continues to be told. People have a tendency to keep stories alive that scare them. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. No, I'm fine. You're best staying away from the mansion in the forest, at any rate. There's no saying what might happen if curiosity gets the better of you. Better safe than sorry, if you ask me. Aside from the mansion, this is as peaceful a village as you'll find. Kink Kismo, thank you so much for that follow, I really appreciate it. Watching you play all these different games is a fun, saves me the effort. Well, that's good. That's good. It's good that you're having fun. I don't know where you came from, but I'm glad you didn't end up wandering up there. I know all about the mansion and who lives there. I was there after all. With Michelle for a full month, but I don't remember any cursed rich. Just a man with a bone-chilling glare. Maybe the rumors about a witch living there were spread by him, or perhaps even his family. I could see them doing that, but none of that matters to me anymore. I'm never going anywhere near that house again. The witch's curse, Michelle, they're nothing to me. With nowhere else to go, I ended up in the small village. There was no denying that there was very little to speak of here, but I found peace in that nothingness. I couldn't have been more blessed that such a kind man had found me and welcomed me into this village. The village ran entirely on its own crops and livestock. They had no currency, merely bartered among themselves. Coming from a merchant's family, everything felt so new. I had never plowed a large plot of land, milked a cow, or used a loom before. At first I wasn't sure what to think about being such a departure from my lifestyle in the capital, but over time I grew more comfortable with my new life, and the people of the village started thinking of me as one of them.
Come on, Giselle, come play with us. We're playing hide and seek today.
Can't, sorry, I'm spinning yarn.
You can do that later. Come on, play with us.
Oh, stop that, don't pull on my skirt. Alright, you win. When I'm done with this, I'll join you.
And no ditching, we'll be down at the square, okay?
Got it, see you there.
Haha, the kids have taken quite a liking to you.
Ah, Amadei. You think so?
They've been incredibly lively since you arrived. Children are more sensitive than adults.
Sensitive?
They're very perceptive of how others are feeling. If you begrudgingly play along, they'll pick up on that quickly. You like children, and that's a wonderful thing. That's not a good woman in the world who dislikes children.
Why, thank you. I don't think it's so much that I like them, as I'm kind of a big kid myself. I genuinely enjoy hide and seek, but that's not gonna earn me any points.
I like kids too. Watching them, it gives me faith that this world has a bright future.
A bright future. I'd never looked at them that way. I seem to like you quite a bit too, Amadei.
Haha, thanks. Though I'd rather give my affection to my own kids.
Oh, you have children?
Oh, heavens no! I thought that was obvious enough. I'm talking about the future.
I see. But knowing you, Amadei, I'm sure you'll find someone right for you and have kids of your own in no time.
It's not that easy, sadly. Even in such a small village, there are no ladies who would take interest in me.
You don't give yourself enough credit. I am fully confident you'll find someone soon enough.
Do you really think so?
Absolutely.
Then perhaps you could be that person.
Oh my god, he's coming onto her. I was kind of wondering if it was gonna go in this route where he was gonna, you know, come onto her, try and romance her. Just end the game like this. Dev's easy, good end. Just end it. No, don't bother with the truth of the story. What? Pardon?
I won't pressure you into it, of course, but I think it would be marvelous to have you in my life in a bigger way.
But it's a little too soon for me to think about settling down like that.
Haha. It is pretty sudden, I admit. Take all the time you need to consider it.
Alright. I have to go play with the kids now.
Have fun.
I wonder if he really meant it. Amade is a nice fellow, and I'm sure living here would be wonderful, but I can't help feeling something isn't right here. I'm gonna leave a lurk because I'm so tired. Have a great stream. No worries, man. I know what it's like after a long stream, so have a good one. Have a good night, and thank you again for that raid. Enjoy your lurk. I'll tune in sooner next time. No worries, man. No worries. I appreciate you and you lurking and you just being here, or kind of being here, lurking. But have a good night. Why am I thinking about him now of all times? That man has no redeemable qualities, not one. I think she's talking about Michelle. As it turned out, Amade was serious about his proposition, and he brought it up every time we ran into each other. Unable to give him an answer, I found myself constantly apologizing to him. Soon, winter started giving way to spring. On the day when the air still had a brisk winter bite and budding seedlings battled to break through the earth, the seams holding the village together began to come loose. Thank you. Oh no, I think something bad's gonna happen here from the way they worded this. That day, the village men were gathered in the square talking. They had all stern looks on their faces. It was clear that something had happened. I obviously couldn't stick my head in, so I waited until they were done and caught Amade. While it was rather awkward, I was still more comfortable asking him for information than anyone else. Actually, with a dejected look on his face, he started explaining. A lord found out about this village. What? And he said he's going to place his land under his rule, meaning he'll start collecting taxes. In addition, he's also demanding we pay 5 years' worth of back taxes for unauthorized use of the land. What? That's ridiculous. Yes, it most certainly is. We obviously don't have the means to pay 5 years' taxes. There's no reason for him to take over this village at all. Eileen, thank you so much for that lurk. Enjoy your lurk. We're completely isolated from the surrounding area after all, but if we resist, he could send soldiers. It doesn't matter how absurd his claim to the village is, we have no choice but to comply. That's terrible. What are we gonna do then? We're going to do as the Lord demands. The 5 years' taxes will have to be paid in installments. Some of the men suggested we abandon the land and find somewhere else, but it would take time to cultivate the land and plant new crops. It's no trivial task. We'll just have to make do with these changes. We'll use more of the land to grow and try to be more efficient. Will you help in the fields? Of course. This village is my home now too. Thank you, Giselle. It will be difficult, but if we all pitch in, I'm sure we can get through this. This doesn't seem good. Why does nothing good last? I thought the same thing. If we all work together, we could make it through this rough patch. But the collection of taxes brought more than just a burden for everyone to share. It brought emotional strain and conflict to the village too. Your family has more hands to work the fields. I have a sickly child. You expect him to work any harder than he is? I know you're hiding grain in your cellar. You have more than us. Let us keep a little grain. You have more. No, you have more. You both have more than us. With their comfortable lives fell under attack, the village's top priority became their own property. The cooperation was only temporary. And before long, everyone became a threat. The negative energy only built on itself, its growth accelerating like a boulder rolling down a hill. And it wasn't long before their sights fell on me, the outsider. Come on, get moving! Ow, stop that! Why are you doing this? I'll stop once you told us everything. Told you every what? Ugh. One morning, a man dragged me from my house and took me to the square. There, the entire rest of the village was gathered, all eyes on me. What? What's this about? Oh, don't play stupid. We all know it was you. What was me? The thief. Amade? From the crowd appeared someone I knew quite well, the ever-affable village representative, the man who had saved my life, but in his eyes now,
I thought you were better than that.
was contempt, anger, scorn, so many different shades of negativity. I recognized what I saw in his glare immediately as someone who had been subjected to those looks before. But why? For what reason was he looking at me like that? I couldn't make sense of what was happening, so I just stood there, stupefied.
There's been a rise in reports of people having things stolen lately. This village is too small to attract bandits, though. Since the Lord now demands we pay him taxes, even the smallest lost item lost can have a dramatic effect or impact on a family's living conditions. What you've done is no joke.
Well, wait just a second. I haven't stolen anything. Why do you think I...
You have been seen in the act.
What?
So long as there is testimony against you, your guilt is assured.
But who says they saw me? I swear I didn't do anything. They're obviously lying.
You're the one who's lying. You've been playing us for fools this whole time.
Everything was fine until you showed up.
We managed not to get found until you showed up.
No, that's not my fault.
Giselle, apologize to the village and return what you've taken.
Amadei, don't you believe me?
There were multiple witnesses. Several different people saw you stealing. I've known these people long enough to be family, and I trust them like family too. They're not liars.
But no, they're framing me. I didn't steal anything, I swear.
Framing you? Now you want to put this on us, woman? Unbelievable. Have you forgotten we welcomed you into our village?
Amadei, please believe me. You of all people should believe me.
You've been avoiding me of late, haven't you?
What?
Because you had something to hide, correct?
No,
What other reason could you have to avoid me?
Why? How can he say these things? Why won't he believe me?
Now, return the things you've stolen.
I can't! I never stole anything. How am I supposed to return something I don't have?
I see. So you've already moved the stolen goods. She said she doesn't have them anymore, folks. How should we deal with this?
Rough her up until she talks.
Yeah, she's not getting off that easy.
Give us back our property. I'm sorry, I'm like trying to mix up the voices here. But why is this happening to me? The harsh new rulership has driven these people mad. I need to get away from this village quick.
Restrain her!
No, get your hands off me!
Have you forgotten everything we've done for you? All that matters is that you don't have to suffer, is that it?
I didn't do anything.
Take her to my house. We'll make her tell us everything.
No, stop! You've all gone mad. Please, come to your senses. Oh no. With men on all four sides of me, I was dragged into Amadei's house. He sat coolly in a chair, and they shoved me to my knees before him.
Amadei's worst kind man ever.
Like the kind of insidious type of humans, maybe. Like outwardly he was kind at first.
I'll ask you this one more time, Giselle. Where did you put the things you stole?
And I'll keep giving you the same answer. I didn't take anything from anyone. Please believe me.
Do you swear with God as your witness?
I do. I swear with all my heart.
You don't actually believe her, do you, Amadei? She not only sold us out to a lord, she's now threatening to make our lives downright impossible.
Again, that's just a coincidence. Listen to me, Amadei.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the woman hath committed 3 sins. She has lied, she has stolen, and she has betrayed her fellow man.
Why are you doing this, Amadei? You were such a good man.
I am deeply disappointed in you, Giselle. As much as I don't want to do this, I have to get the truth from you.
Amadei. Of course. Why didn't I see it? I'm still just an outsider to them. Why would he believe a stranger's word over the word of a village? His family.
The water.
What? The man set a wooden well bucket on the floor in front of me. In it wasn't clean water from the well, though, but grimy, murky wastewater. I reflexively turned my head from the stench, but a man behind me grabbed me by my hair. And before I had a chance to realize what was happening, the world around me went brown. Ah! Oh, gross. I struggled with all my might to break free, but my arms were tied behind my back and I didn't have the strength to overpower the man holding my head down. Reflexively gasping for air, a stream of filthy water poured into my mouth.
Pull her out. We get nothing if she dies. Put her back in, and keep at it until she decides she's ready to talk.
No!
How unsightly. And to think I ever considered marrying this woman.
Stop!
We can stop whenever you want, Giselle. You just have to tell us the truth.
Please! Stop! I was given no time to rest. My head shoved into the bucket, then pulled out just long enough for me to steal a breath before going back in, over and over again. Not a person in that room objected to the abuse I was receiving. I had prayed for a good harvest with these people. They had taught me how to use a loom, something I had never touched before. We had laughed together, lived together. They were normal people. Perfectly ordinary, kind, helpful, friendly people. Not at all cruel or inhumane. But now, they burned with a frenzy that overshadowed all my memories of them, and every gargle, gasp, and grunt they got from me fueled that fire. Dozens of eyes laced with madness stared down upon me, rejoicing at my suffering. My consciousness was slipping away from me. I thought I could hear laughing and chattering, but it all passed through my ears as mere noise, nothing I could make sense of.
Stay with me.
Amade.
Oh, thank goodness, you're awake.
Wait, what was I just doing? Ah, right. I was in the forest on the verge of death and Amade found me and...
We almost lost valuable manpower there. We were just discussing what to do about you, Giselle, and we decided to make you village property.
No, he didn't save me.
If you agree to work for us, we'll put this whole nasty mess behind us. You may be worthless in the fields and terrible with loom, but there's plenty you can help out with.
What are you gonna make me do?
You like to get your hands dirty. And considering I found you half dead in the forest, I doubt the rest of you is any cleaner.
Day?
It seems we've come to an agreement. I'll keep watch over her starting today, to make sure she stays in line and doesn't steal anything else.
Dirty? Stays in line? The way they're looking at me. They didn't have to spell it out. No! Anything but that! Please have mercy!
If you're begging for mercy, that means you know you've done something wrong.
Okay, bedtime. Work at 10 to 7. Alright, good night, Taco. Thanks for hanging out this late again. I don't like this game. Stench Brown. Yes. This game is very, this story is turning out to be pretty tragic.
Let's see. There is one way, Giselle.
What?
Give back what you stole naturally. But if you're going to insist that's not possible, then bring us something of equal value. And if you can't do that, then your life belongs to the village.
The men were cackling. They knew I couldn't do it, and they were enjoying watching me squirm.
Take your pick, Giselle. Something of equal value, if I can get that.
Or if I can get that, then you'll set me free? In that moment, a little bit of darkness bubbled up in my heart. Something maleficent whispered in my ear. Maleficent? Maleficent. I was trying to figure out how to say the word. If you are in need of any money, help yourself to some of the furniture. There's a village not far from here. Trade it for food, then make your way to a larger town. Yeah, I don't like this, the way this is going. I'm sorry, Donna. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to everyone here who's watching this. But it's like you can't look away. This is one of those stories that you feel compelled to know what's going to happen to poor Giselle here. I think I know where you can get something worth some money. The mansion in the forest has some fairly valuable furniture in it. Oh god, when did I become? You can steal some of that to sell for good money. Such a despicable woman.
You mean the cursed mansion? You expect us to go there? Are you out of your mind? Anyone who goes near that house is killed by the witch's curse.
There's no witch living there. There's no curse.
Giselle, what do you know about that mansion?
I lived there for a while. Well, for a month.
You what?
The son of a noble lives there. He's human, and he's alone.
A noble? What's a noble boy doing this far from the city?
I presume he was banished there. I was sent to the mansion from the capital to act as a servant. There's plenty of value in the house. Shelves, lined with books. There should be more than enough to pay the Lord 5 years' worth of taxes.
Is what you're saying true?
I would not lie. As bewilderment spread throughout Amade's house, I was unable to look at anything but the floor. I couldn't stop trembling. To protect myself, I had sold out Michelle.
You swear there's just a single man living in that house?
Yes, it's only him.
All right. If it turns out you're lying, you'll pay. Okay, everyone, you heard her. Tell all the young men to get ready. We're going up to the mansion in the forest. And just to be safe, make sure everyone brings something they can use as a weapon. And you, Giselle, you're coming with us. You'll be leading the way. Listen to me. Don't think about trying to run.
Right. On the cusp of springtime, I found myself trekking through the dreary forest I thought I would never set foot in again. How had I ended up here? How come I could never manage to avoid getting myself in these situations? And who would have guessed that my reason for returning to the mansion would be to loot it? I prayed for God to show even a little mercy and ensure Michelle wasn't around, though I knew the chances of that happening were almost zero. After several hours of walking, we broke through the thick woods, and the mansion appeared before us. Like its surroundings, the house was bleak and uninviting. Even the midday sun seemed disinterested in shining its light upon it. Despite on the surface there not being much of anything impressive about it, the entire mob stood speechless before its overwhelming presence. But the men had weapons and they were fueled by avarice, which gave them the courage to approach this place they wouldn't normally otherwise.
Door won't open. I think it's barred from the inside. It would seem someone really does live in this cursed place. I am honestly surprised, even more so that it's not a witch but just a noble. The door is old. We could break it down. Yeah, let's bust it down.
Hold on, there's no need to be barbaric. Did you even consider knocking on the door like normal people? You sound like a band of thieves.
Ha! That's something else coming from you. Who do you think proposed this plan, Giselle? You! Alright, men. You ready for lives of luxury? Break down that door.
Stop it!
It's the damn nobles who make our lives so hard. They deserve to be robbed. Break it. Break down the door.
Please stop this.
Break it down. Break it down. Break it down.
Stop! These guys sound evil. All the repressed emotions detonated. They battered the door again and again and again, and in a few moments' time it was on the verge of collapse. They shouted and cheered and hooted like madmen as my peaceful life came crumbling down around me. Growing lightheaded from the anxiety, I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to bear it any longer, when the deep groan of a door opening echoed through the forest. It would seem, you are not aware whose house you are trying to break into. The world went silent, like time had come to a stop. No one could manage to say a word, only stare at the man who had appeared from within the mansion. Surely you know what this place is called. Beneath the dazzling midday sun, he had bone-chillingly alabaster skin and long, nearly translucently pale hair. So surely you have prepared for whatever you would find. And his eyes were like two blazing infernos staring out across the mob.
A demon!
Someone muttered, probably unconsciously. He did indeed look like something not of this world.
Ah, it's a demon! The rumors about this place were true! A cursed demon lives here!
Demon? Him? Michelle? No, he's not cursed.
Indeed, I am cursed.
Wow, bosoms here. To me, in this image here, it looks like they made her chest a lot bigger here. The witch's curse is real. I have inherited it in its entirety as well as her purpose. A witch, a demon, a spirit impure. Call me whatever you wish, but the truth shall not change. I carry within me an eternal curse. Behold my flesh, pale as the moon. No red blood flows beneath the skin as it does yours. Behold my hair, utterly devoid of color, offered up to the devil as part of our pact. Behold these crimson eyes, a symbol of the lifeblood spilt at my hands. I shall bring calamity upon you as the witch of the legend. Never-ending famine, plague, catastrophe, suffering for generations. Until the moment of your deaths, you shall regret ever coming near this place. No, have mercy!
We were just... It was that woman. She brought us here, tempted us with promises of wealth, deceived us, told us to pillage this house. We're innocent.
Amadei,
please, have mercy on us.
Give her to me, then, as an offering.
Absolutely, she's yours. Torture her however you please.
I have one more condition. You never come near this house again. If you so much as consider it, you will all die by my curse.
I swear by it, we won't return. Run! Get out of here!
Without so much as a glance back, the villagers scrambled into the forest, and Amadei, the man who had rescued me that night, went right along with them. Is there kindness in the world? I wasn't sure what to think of anymore. Don't think I'm helping you. His voice rained down on me, but I couldn't lift my head. There was such a gaping void in my chest. I had no idea what questions I should be asking anymore, what I should be angry about, what I should be sad about. Not even the first clue. Look at me. Look at me, Giselle. Tell me, is it true you returned to the mansion to plunder it? That you brought those men here to rob me of my valuables? Answer me, Giselle. Yes, it's true. I persuaded them to steal from you. Are you really so desperate for money that you resort to looting? Just how low will you go? Not only did you seduce my father, not only did you go digging around for information about me, you brought a mob to this house? And they were armed too. Were you trying to get me killed? Answer me, Giselle. Not even going to defend yourself? Your scheme failed, so you're retreating into silence? Ugh, for God's sake, you sicken me. I'm done with you. I'm done. Leave this place, and never show your face here again. As he shouted at me and I stared into his fiery red eyes, a somewhat inappropriate thought crossed my mind. Huh, so he can get emotional like anyone else. And in my heart, stripped raw and cast out to the sea, finally sunk deep enough to be crushed by the pressure. Me. What? If you want me gone, then kill me. You can do that, can't you? You can use your curse to kill me, can't you? Then do it. Right here. Use your power. Take my life. And if you don't want to do that, stab me with your knife. Kill me, kill me, kill me! What? I'm done. I can't take it. I'm through with this whole world. No one will believe anything I say. No one cares one bit about how I feel. They just walk all over me, laughing. Why? Tell me why? Why is this happening to me? I never stole anything. Well, what are you talking about? I tried my best to look happy. I thought everything would work out if I could keep smiling. I believed that everything could, that would make everything better. Or wait, I believed that would make things better. But nothing ever got better. What did I ever do? Tell me, what did I do? All I ever did was believe. Try my best to survive, to always wear a smile. But if everything's going to be my fault, and I have to deal with that for the rest of my life, then I'm done. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live in this world anymore. Calm down, please. I don't follow what you're saying. My understanding is that you desired money, so you brought that mob. And before that, you used my father. You wouldn't believe me if I told you the real story. You'll take your family's word over mine. You don't have any idea what I went through there, how hard it was just to keep myself together. What? I never wanted riches. All I wanted was a decent enough wage to allow my family to live comfortably. That's all I wanted, but that man, he used my family against me. He made me. Forced me to. He raped me. What? Again and again, no matter how much I resisted, he wouldn't stop again and again. He threatened me. He beat me. He cut me with a knife. Over and over and over again. What? My father? Raped you? No one would believe me. I did nothing wrong. You don't believe me either, do you? So I'm done. I don't want this body anymore. I don't want to live like this anymore. I can't take it anymore, so help me, please. Set me free. Kill me already. Use your curse and kill me. Kill me! Very pain screaming that I can't do. Ah! Give me a moment. I need time to process this. You can do it, can't you? Kill me already. Kill me now. Kill me, damn it. Give me time so we can talk this through. I want to hear everything from the beginning. Inside, let's go inside and talk. The light hurts my eyes. I guess, Michelle is albino, so he can't be outside for too long. She's letting it all out finally. The truth finally comes out. That was a door I might have best let stay shut. Not knowing the truth would have been so much easier. I wouldn't have been made to shudder in disgust hearing about the crimes of my own family. But if I hadn't opened that door, I would have lost everything. That day, after far too long, I finally let myself see the person in Giselle. Giselle didn't recover for some time after I managed to get her inside. Unsure what else I could do for her, I had let her sit before the fireplace and waited in silence as she sobbed. I had no idea what one was supposed to say to someone who was crying. Was it normal to offer them a warm drink? I didn't know. I did know I needed to reflect on the things she had said outside and try to make sense of them. And from there, calm myself down and prepare for the conversation we were to have, as unpleasant as I was sure it would be. A considerable amount of time later, Giselle's sobbing drew to a stop, an oppressive silence stepping in to take its place. For far longer than was comfortable, the only sound we heard was the gentle crackling of the fire. I had to say something. I knew that, but what I didn't know was how to begin. I knew nothing about having an honest face-to-face discussion with someone about the things we were thinking and feeling. But that didn't change anything. I had to do it. Even if it down that road lay truths I would be happier not seeing. Giselle. Could you please tell me what you did what was done to you at my family's home? How you ended up coming to this mansion and what happened after you left? I would like to know everything from start to finish. Julian has redeemed for Let It Snow for 15 minutes. Oh, here you go. He is albino. Yeah, probably. It seems like it. It's snowing indoors with the fire. It's kind of weird. King Gizmo, thank you so much for the 300 biddies.
Getting late for me, but I enjoyed watching something different. The story is very attention-grabbing. Have a good rest of your stream.
Thank you so much for the biddies, and I'm glad you appreciated the story. But yeah, have a good night, and yeah. I'm glad you liked watching something different. I guess it's not what I'm, trying to strive for here, but I'm just playing what I like, so. It makes the mood even sadder and more fitting. Don't pray. What, the snow makes it more depressing? I guess it kind of does. There's something kind of, maybe melancholic about the softly drifting snow. Will you believe what I tell you? You never so much as gave me the time of day before. And I very much doubt you will find what I have to say agreeable. Will you still believe me even then? Believe my word, a stranger's word, over your family or the people of the village? I cannot yet say. I must hear what you have to say to make that decision. I suppose that might be better than you saying you'll believe me unconditionally. All right. I'll tell you everything. Just know that nothing I say is a lie. Understood? Giselle methodically recounted her tale for me. She told me of how she accepted an offer from the Bollingers to work. Flip and pimpin'. Thank you so much for that follow. Really appreciate it. Hello, VV. I see you lurking there. Moin. Actually, yeah, what time is it? It's 9:40 a.m. Wow. Oh, still not Bloodborne. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was thinking I wanted to do something more chill. I was kind of tired, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna try and finish this game. Although this looks like it might be a lot longer than I kind of gave it credit for. Why does it sound this sounds like Miku's voice? The way I dream of BB's fail. That BB. I was hoping you will finish that fast and play BB. No, it doesn't look like I will. My intention was to play this, and then if it ended, that was just gonna be the stream. I'm sorry. I love Miku. Does it not sound like Miku's voice a little bit? I'm just listening to the track. Okay. If I don't finish this, I'll probably be like continuing it tomorrow, but if I do finish it, I'll probably do a Bloodborne tomorrow. How about that? Bloodborne tomorrow? Deal? Dealsies? Okay, dealsies. She told me how she accepted an offer from the Bollingers to work as an Abigail to earn money for her family. of how my father, Antonin, had other plans for her, of the things he did to her. She spoke dryly, simply putting words to each event, one after the other. I had already seen how she felt deep down, though. He had heard her pained screams, which were undoubtedly genuine. I didn't think she was trying to deceive me. That was the sound of old wounds being torn open, and even I could see that. Or perhaps my own experiences were what allowed me to see it. Regardless, I had realized too late. I should have seen it sooner. She described it all mechanically to remain detached from what had happened to her, to protect herself. Of that I had no doubts. Still, the things she told me were almost unbearable, and I had a difficult time accepting them. What was I supposed to do when I learned my father was a rapist? How was I supposed to react to that revelation? What was I supposed to think about the fact that his blood flowed through me? I repulsed myself. Do you want all the details? What do you mean? Of the wounds he gave me. I still have scars from the things he did. If you don't believe me, I can show them to you. No, that won't be necessary. I see. That's a relief. I don't think I could have handled that right now. I hadn't turned down her offer for her sake. I only did so because I didn't think I could take any more. I averted my eyes to protect myself. Why had I taken my mother's word, brushing aside everything Giselle had said and done? I knew good and well my mother was no longer in her right mind, so why had I thought her letter the truth? Why had I been unable to think rationally? There were, I believe, several factors. My childhood, my past, the witch's whispers, and above all, my own character. Consumed with distrust for everything. I had to face it now. To open my eyes once more to look at everything I had pretended to look away until now. I was not completely blameless for her suffering after all. Please, continue if you will. I left out at the point where the mistress discovered what was happening, I believe. I was sent to this mansion to atone for my sins. Sins that she didn't even commit. It was decided that I would be sent here rather than be executed, which is what the mistress wanted. At first, I assumed it would be essentially a private prison, but in the carriage on the way here, I was given a letter. A letter? From whom? It didn't say, but your father was the one who ordered me here, so I would guess it was him. The letter was very concise, simply explaining that there was someone already there. The Bollinger's youngest child. It didn't go into any more details than that. But it did ask me to look after you. No time to lose. Set reading speed to 2.5. I can't read that fast. Do you still have the letter? I don't. The coachman took it back after I was finished. Thinking back on it, that was rather strange of him to do. It was just a harmless letter. It was anything but. What? It wasn't my father who wrote that letter. He believes me to be dead, so he would have sincerely thought he was banishing you to an empty house in a remote forest. The writer couldn't risk leaving anything that might suggest I was still alive. Then who? My brother, I believe. Either Didier or Georges, but I would guess Didier. Your brother? Why would he? I do not know. I can't imagine why he would write such a letter, or why he would want to tell you about me. Oh, there's more intrigue to this story. There's more characters, like what the hell? I don't believe he had any ill intentions, at least. I mean, he asked me to look after you. That makes it sound like he's concerned about you. Then why doesn't he stay in contact? Why does he never respond to my letters? It's a bit late to suddenly start being concerned. No, never mind that now. Please, tell me the rest. All right. But wait, there's more! Giselle resumed her story from the day she fled the mansion, terrified by my behavior. She seemed to be putting a bit more emotion in her tone of voice now, perhaps because she could see I was a bit more interested in this part. There was a deep sadness on her face as she described that night in the rain, listening to the thunder when she gave up on living. And I knew I had caused it. She then told me of the time she spent in the nearby village, how at first life had seemed wonderful, but in time it had come crumbling down. Naturally, she wouldn't be here to tell me this if nothing had happened there. Once she was through with her tale, Giselle let out a long, heavy sigh, as though she had been holding it in for some time. I thought I could hear just the faint trembling in the air she exhaled. That is everything. Do you believe me? If you don't, if you still think I'm deceiving you, then I won't argue with you. That's fine. If that's the case, please, just kill me. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? I know I wasn't very open to anything you said, but if that day, when I found you in my room, you had told me I was mistaken, that the sin belonged to my father, it might not have turned out like this. The knife. What? You were holding a knife. I can't handle blades anymore. Ever since what happened, they scare me to death. Just the sight of one in someone's hand, and I start thinking they're going to use it on me. I can't help it. I start shaking uncontrollably, growing faint of breath. The world goes white. I can't even form words. There's nothing I can do. Ah, now I finally see. She was grimacing in pain the day the package arrived when you knocked my hand away. Because I was scared, because it reminded me of that time. I had assumed she was simply jumpy from a guilty conscience. I felt nauseous, realizing I'd been pouring a constant stream of salt onto her unmendable wounds. What a damned fool I was. Why did you get so upset at me? Why did you have to point a knife at me? I didn't want you snooping. If you meant to sell information about me, I thought I had to do anything in my power to stop you. I'm still not convinced it was necessary. I was unarmed. I couldn't fight back. You didn't need a knife. I have nothing left anymore, so I'm going to tell you exactly how I feel. You're a jerk. Yeah, you let him have it, Giselle. What you did was inexcusable. You may not have hurt me physically, but you still hurt me. Humans are frail creatures. They wound easily. Apologize. What? Apologize to me. I said apologize. I'm sorry. Again, put your heart into it. Convince me you mean it. I'm sorry. Again, once more, get down on your knees and shout it from your gut. I'm so very sorry. Was that a laugh? Jeez, you're such a strange man. Strange? You told me to do it. Nothing's going like I thought it would. I figured even if we talked, you would just deny everything I said. I didn't think you'd actually listen to me. But you did. You listened, and you looked quite distressed by what you heard. I looked distressed? Oh yes, you sure did. I wish I'd had a mirror to show you. I'm sure you didn't want to believe what I said, but you didn't once accuse me of lying. You faced up to the truth and you apologized. I seem to have had the wrong impression of you as well. I didn't try to see you for who you were, instead letting myself believe you were someone to be afraid of. To be honest, I didn't like you very much. The feeling was mutual, but for some reason I don't feel that way now. Is it guilt? I need to apologize to you two. Apologize for what? I led the villagers here. I almost sold my soul to the devil. I tried to sell you out to save myself, and for that I'm truly sorry. I don't understand. What? Do I need to get down on my knees too? No, that's not what I meant. The blame falls on the village for falsely accusing you of stealing. You were a convenient scapegoat for the real thieves. They planned to take advantage of you from the start. That Amade was probably in on it as well, to get back at you for rejecting his proposal. Plus, giving the village a single target to let out their frustrations on would, in a way, help unify them. He used you to meet that end. In order to escape from their trap, you told them about me, but this was after I had threatened you, causing you to flee from this place. You have nothing to apologize for. Still, I still feel really bad about it. So, I'm sorry anyway. You're unexpectedly stubborn. But now that we both apologize to each other, we can call everything square. Square? Square. We were both in the wrong. So we both apologized and we forgave each other. She gave a little smile, but all I could do was stare at her, brow furrowed in perplexity like I was looking at some bizarre fantasyland creature. The weight of our crimes was not equal. What I had done to her was so very much worse. Furthermore, I am Antonin's son. His blood flows through me. Can you honestly say you don't find me revolting? That you're willing to forgive me for that? I didn't think I would be able to. But if I were her, my grudge would extend to all of my family, anyone I had ever come in contact with. I can. Although you don't need forgiveness for being a son, being related to someone doesn't make you responsible for their sins. It wouldn't be fair to blame you for that. You're curious. What? Curious about what? No, not that curious. You're a strange creature. I'm human, you know. Yes, I know you're human. You're making me lightheaded. Is it a medical emergency? That's quite the leap in logic. You know, I was at my lowest just a little bit ago, and now I'm laughing again. It's odd. I never expected I would recover at all. I was just surprised as her. She had been through hell, and she had been more than enough reason to despise me, to shower me with vitriol, but instead, she was smiling. And even more unexpected was the fact that I felt relieved to see it. I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be back. And also... Snow is over. Okay, I'll leave the snow until I come back. So you can enjoy the snow for a little bit. Okay, back. No more snow. I really truly wish I had gotten to know him sooner. Yet, I had fled from the mansion in fear of him, but maybe if I'd just had a little more courage. Enough to tell him the truth, maybe he would have listened. I had let my initial impression of him solidify too quickly, and convinced myself he was insensitive and perpetually expressionless, save for the Arctic stare. But the man standing before me did experience sadness, pain, distress, or at the very least he appeared to from where I was standing. Michel was just like me, an ordinary person. That said, there was still plenty I didn't know. I was still lacking explanations for much of his behavior. Would you mind telling me about yourself now? I'd like to get to know you better. What are you doing here in this mansion, all alone? Why do you call yourself cursed? I told you everything. It's only fair you do the same. I have no interest in using your information for anything. I have no reason to. Or are you going to keep pushing the master and servant line? Do you still think I have no need to know? Be quiet, for the love of God, stop talking already. You always pick the worst time. What? Excuse me? What do you mean I always pick the worst time? No, I wasn't... Unbelievable. Just when I was starting to think you might actually be a decent human being. Then you go and spout this. No, Giselle, I wasn't talking to you. Who else could it have been? I was, talking to, you know. I have a condition that forces me to vocalize objections to my own thoughts. You know, that's about as convincing as my allergic to people excuse. Oh my god, we're going back to the allergic to people. Sorry. Weirdo. What crosses did he bear? What secrets did he keep? Maybe the truth was far beyond my reckoning, and if it was, even if he did. Please, tell me everything. No matter what you say, I won't doubt your words. I will trust you, and I'm sure I can accept anything you say. Please, if you don't put it into words, I have nothing to work with. Okay. Where should I start, though? How about the curse, then? Are you actually cursed? That's a difficult question. I cannot, for example, take someone's life with my curse, nor can I bring about disaster. I don't have any magical powers like that. So, what you said outside was a bluff, then? It was just a way to chase the villagers away. Well, you certainly put on a convincing performance, so you can't actually curse anyone, huh? Regardless, I am human. Nothing more, nothing less. At least I considered myself one. Others would disagree, and the reason for that has to do with my body. Your skin, hair, and eye color, right? Right. Seeing Michel under the sun, he certainly wasn't what most people would consider normal. Awe-inspiring, in fact. Giving birth to me, it broke my mother. No, it drove her mad. Not only do I appear inhuman, I'm oversensitive to sunlight. While a little light through the window isn't much of a problem, I can't be outside, directly under the sun, for more than a couple hours. When she realized I couldn't go out into the sun, my mother started thinking I was possessed by a demon. So she banished me to this mansion until my curse was broken. That was 10 years ago. Just because you look different from them? The family's reputation was at stake, too. If other noble houses realized they were giving refuge to an unholy creature, it would destroy the Bullingers. You saw how the villagers reacted. They called me a demon when they saw me. I suspect the rumors about the mansion played a part in that. If nobody thought the house was cursed, they wouldn't have. I'm sure you were afraid as well. You saw me and thought I was not of this world, that I looked like a demon. I thought you looked like an angel. A what? I at least thought you looked more like an angel than a demon. It never once crossed my mind that you might be evil. But I understand your situation now. Because of your appearance, you lived all alone in this dark mansion. For 10 years. It was never really an inconvenience. They bring me all the supplies I need. Hold on. I am cold. I'm trying to work a blanket around me. Blankie. There, blankie. Blankie on. Warming mode on. You big liar. Have you never considered running away? That's not an option. Because of the sun? No. I could move during the night if I really wanted to. I'm being watched. To ensure I don't leave. Watched? They can't allow anyone to find out that I'm alive, particularly at the Bollinger estate. If I were to run and they were to find out, I would probably be killed. If only I didn't stand out so much, I might be able to stay out of sight easier. But also, I had been holding on to a little hope, I think. Hope that I might be able to return someday. I have all but given up on that hope now, though. Not that I ever had enough willpower to really fight for it. I see. You don't need to worry about pitying me either. It has long since become normal to me. That's not something that should ever become normal. So, what was that really a moment ago? You don't actually have a condition that makes you argue with yourself, do you? Please tell me. You don't have to believe me. In fact, I doubt you will. You're free to think I'm completely mad. Don't worry, I want to know. I can hear the witch's voice. The witch's voice? It started when I first arrived at the mansion. No one else can hear it either. Like I said, it sounds crazy. Not at all! I said I would trust you, so I believe you. Maybe he's not well. Yeah, that has to be it. 10 years all alone in one place and you're bound to start hearing things, so she doesn't believe him. He seems like a delicate person too. Thinking about it like that, I'm starting to feel really sorry for him. Do I want to know what you're thinking? I'm here for you. Huh? I've made up my mind. I'm going to stay here with you. Wait, what? Don't worry, I'll shout so loud you won't be able to hear that silly witch's voice anymore. Will you now? Will you, if you hear it again, let me know, understood? You don't have to be afraid. I never said I was. Whenever you hear it, I'll be here with you, holding your hand. Well, we kinda took the extremely long route, but there you have it. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Master. Master. Now, where should we begin? I know, supper. Are you hungry? What should I make? Slow down, please. What is it? If there's something you'd like, I'm happy to accommodate. You actually intend to stay here again? After what happened last time? Because of what happened. Because of that, we're finally able to see each other's surface. Past each other's surface. I want us to try again, from the beginning. And this time, actually try to be considerate of one another's feelings. That's a promise, Master. Alright. I can stay here, right? I don't mind. I'm glad to hear it. Say. Yes, Master? If you ever want something from me, can I please ask you to put it into words? I don't have much faith in my ability to pick up on things. Got it. Then there's something to start with. What do you say we open some of these windows? Open the windows? Yeah, we don't have to if you think it'll cause you problems. But it would be nice to get a little light in here. I'd like to put an end to this house being a dark, closed-off cave. I wasn't the one who barred the windows. You weren't? They were like that when I arrived. Made it seem like a very appropriate place to lock me away. While I am sensitive to light, yes, as I mentioned, a little sun through the windows shouldn't cause any problems. Alright then, can I ask you to help me open them? Let us both lighten this place up. After a few moments of silence, Michael gave me a curt nod. While we couldn't do anything about the windows that had been boarded up, the two of us forced open the ones that were just covered by rusted-over shutters. When we got the first one open, a beautiful stream of light like nothing I'd ever seen before. Where that was blinding light. Flooded into the dark mansion's halls. I had assumed that spring would never come. All we had to do was talk to each other, listen to each other, and everything else would fall into place. But it was that first step that was so hard, so much harder than either of us had expected. And now that the ice was melting, we had to treasure that. It might not have seemed like much to someone else, but to us, it was a huge accomplishment. Doll. They were able to connect. This time, it'll all work out. It has to. I had all the confidence in the world when we were together, but now that I'm alone in the dark, in the absolute silence of the night, I'm starting to get anxious again. Starting to feel like something bad is going to happen. Like I'm going to mess something up again. We took a big step today and I know how to keep it together, to keep thinking positive.
The goods you're after, Giselle, they're not cheap. Understand. Thus saith the Lords of Hosts, the woman hath committed 3 sins. She has lied, she has stolen, and she has betrayed her fellow man.
Oh, no, oh, that was Amade, sorry. I did the wrong voice.
It's alright. It's okay. There's nothing to be afraid of, Giselle. Whatever happens, you have to hold fast to your faith in the goodness of others. You have no reason to tremble.
Yes, come in? That's odd. I don't think I was hearing things. There's no one there. What was that about? Oh, a glass? It's wine, and it's so warm. I guess he heated on the fire for me? Oh, you could have at least said hi. Hehe. I have a feeling this is going to work out. This is gonna go a lot longer than I thought it would, this story. The light shining in through the windows is swallowed whole by the darkness, as if to say our time together never actually existed. We saw it, though. Together, we watched the light crack through the darkness. I'm begging you, please remember. Please remember yourself. Please, Giselle, don't let the things you felt, the warmth that fell over us, remain lost to you. I might have seen it. Seen that most beautiful light. Giselle. But are these truly my memories? Could they not be someone else's tale, like all the others we've seen so far? She was so bright and energetic, and I am neither of those. Besides, the maid needs not a tale of her own. This is not a story. These are memories. Mine and your memories, no one else's. It was all very much real. As were the kinder, happier days that came next. Kinder, happier days? Those words create a strange warmness within my chest. But at the same time, they make me indescribably anxious. Is there really happiness to be found down that road? Even if our past doesn't lead to happiness, it couldn't be worse than where we are now. Come, Giselle, to the spring that made us more than just strangers. This is like a 3-part giant story. It's like part 3 of the 5th story. I'm trying to decide if I should maybe call it here and then save this for another day. I'll probably do Bloodborne tomorrow though. But I'll if I don't can finish this tonight, I'll have to set it aside for a different day. Okay, I'll just go a little longer. It's like, because I have no idea how much longer this story is going to take. How much longer are you going to take, story? Life in the light. Master, come on, get up. Up with you. Master! What? See? What did I tell you? It's so much nicer in here with the little light. Morning? Oh, wait a sec. Don't you hide under your bedspread. Get out of here. I'm fine with my room staying dark. What's she even doing in here? Oh, but Master, you agreed that I could open the windows. I did, yes. Don't worry, I put curtains up. If it gets too bright, you can draw them. Mornings take the best parts of being outside and squeeze them all into the same few hours. You don't have to go outside in the sunlight for it either. Just listen to all the wonderful sounds. The joyous songs of the birds, the swaying of the trees, the rustling of leaves. Am I being as pushy as I feel right now? Kind of. But you wouldn't be you if you weren't, so for now I won't get on you about it. Also, now that I know your real intentions, no, never mind. Hehe, I completely misjudged you. You're the exact opposite of what I thought you were. A tsundere? Michelle is totally a tsundere. What did you think of me? Let's see. I thought you were cold and cruel, heartless and incomprehensible. I joined not knowing what was going on, but now I'm invested. I want to see the end. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's getting good, man. We're finally learning about Giselle and stuff. I'm beginning to get a better idea. You try to put on airs, but you're really rather childish. You have a short temper, but can be surprisingly playful. What else? You have a pretty difficult personality, too. There's not a single good trait on that list. Now, hear me out here. That's not everything. You gave me a chance to talk, and you listened intently. You can be kind of nice, too. We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house, so we've plenty of time to add more to the list. And I hope you can make your own list about me, too. This is just the beginning after all. We got a long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no? Let's not waste any time then. What do you say we do something today that we haven't been able to before? Where should we begin? Oh, I know. We can get this place cleaned up. You want to clean? Now that there's some actual light in here, we can see all sorts of things we'd probably rather not. Like dust. All over the place. Hehehe. My vision was still slightly unfocused, having not completely escaped from Morpheus's embrace, but I could see well enough to catch her smiling brightly. That was the first time I'd gotten a good look at her in the light. I could see facial features I'd missed during yesterday's commotion, and those glittering eyes. Not even a trace of the tribulation she had endured tainted her pure jade eyes. She's surprisingly good looking. I'm clearly not myself right now. Is something the matter, Master? I know, you're still half asleep, aren't you? I guess I'm just going to have to throw my best bucket of water on you. What is a best bucket of water? I'm awake. Is there something on my face then? Just far too amusing a sight to wake up to. Amusing? Oh, just get out of bed already. What a noisy morning. I got my first decent look at Michelle's face under the light that morning, watching him stifle a yawn as he crawled out of bed. All the little details I hadn't been able to pick up on in the darkness. His expressions, mannerisms, and the way he looked at me. I could see facial features I'd missed during yesterday's commotion, and those vivid, all-consuming red eyes. I was probably... no. Almost certainly making a really dumb face at him. Is it just me, or is he... kind of... no, very pretty? How could I have not noticed until now? Oh, geez, wow. I can't look him in the eyes. Yes? What can I do for you? Is there something on my face? What? No, Huh? Hair monster! Excuse me? No, your hair, it's really long. Yes, that's it, way too long. Oh, is that any way for a servant to speak to her master? I'm just kidding. I don't have any interest in holding your status against you anymore. I see. It's really hard to tell if he's joking or not. So, about that cleaning. May I wash my face first? What? You're going to help? As I just said, I'm not going to act like I'm superior to you anymore. Hehehe. What are you snickering about? I can't help it. I'm happy. Hehehe. If my hair really does bother you, you can cut it. Huh? I can cut it? Of course! I'll give you the best haircut you've ever had. Oh, but I should warn you, you'll want to stay perfectly still. I'm a monster with a pair of scissors. My sisters always said you were as likely to lose an ear as you were your hair wherever I cut it. Or whenever I cut it. You stay away from me! They both thinking the same thing. They both having the hots for each other. I was shocked at how much more comfortable I felt around her only one day following our opening up to each other. Maybe this was normal, and I had simply never felt it before. I didn't know. I had thought it would take years of work to get close enough to someone to be able to have a conversation without picking apart every little detail. But here I was, a day later, already there. Was that how it usually worked? Did people normally get close and draw apart so freely? I didn't find it unpleasant to have someone else around. It was a strange feeling. All that friction had dissipated in an instant, and it was like we had known each other for years. Though not entirely willingly, we began sharing meals, something I'd always done by myself. Hey, I see you shoving us aside that parsnip. You need to eat everything. Do you have any idea why there's so much rotting parsnip in the cellar? I don't care for it. You could at least pretend to be ashamed. Yeesh, you're not a kid, so don't be so picky. It's not good for you. Hasn't caused any problems thus far. It will soon enough. I can't believe you. We have limited supplies and you won't eat your vegetables? Oh, question. I got an idea. Go on. Is the list of supplies sent by your family set in stone? Meaning? I was just wondering if it was possible to make requests. If I could just go out on a shopping trip. Perish the thought. The only village around here is the one you came from. Right. Say, are you saying that out of concern for... Who would ever be concerned about you? I just want to be able to sleep well at night. And I'm not interested in throwing more servants to the lions. You know, you're a whole lot simpler of a person than I first thought. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Back to your question about the delivery? Yes, you can. I haven't made any requests recently, but you can write what you want on a sheet of parchment, or if we don't have any, something similar. Put it in the box and leave it outside. As long as your request is not completely unreasonable, it should arrive with the next package. Such a happy sounding track. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I like the music in this game, but sometimes it's like kind of loud and it's like, and it overpowers, like, say if you're doing like a out loud reading. Why? Is there something you need? Yeah, I was hoping to increase our selection of vegetables. And while I'm at it, if possible, actually, that's a secret. A secret? Hehe, it's nothing too exciting. I'll tell you when the time is right. I bet you she wants to grow a vegetable garden. Or a rose garden? Oh, maybe a rose garden. My relationship with Michel gradually transitioned from master and servant to something closer to friends. He was still my master, but he allowed me almost complete freedom, and he didn't order me around either. He even gave me a hand with my work. Though he was still not very talkative and oftentimes hard to read. He at least seemed to be making an effort to close the gap. He would on occasion tell me about himself, though not in much detail, and anytime his family came up, he grimaced uncomfortably. Apparently his father had wanted him dead. His brothers, though, had worked to create a scenario in which he could live, faking his death and sending him to this remote mansion. I had never encountered Michel's brothers while at his family's estate, but assuming it was right it was one of them who had given me that letter, they were more likely our only allies at that house. I don't know what he's thinking. It's been 10 years, Michel had muttered. He's like, I'll treat you as the equal, then calls her servant. Lol. I don't think he's lording over the whole servant relationship anymore. To which I had replied, have faith. It was better to believe in something even if it felt silly and unreasonable than to lose faith in everything. My being here to find renewed belief in the kindness of people was what had allowed me to start smiling again after all. Because I was able to have that faith, I was able to enjoy life once more. It wasn't an exciting or thrilling life. It was a humble, simple one with just the two of us. But I wouldn't trade that light for anything. Some people might think it dull or dreary, but it was ours. Master, I really, truly appreciate that you want to help with the cooking. I do, honestly, but... This is apocalyptic. This is mutinous. This is an affront to gastronomy. This is unearthly disgusting. Give me better ingredients. What? I am not a bad cook. These are simply bad ingredients. If they were better, they would taste just fine boiled. It's not as bad as you claim. Besides, you make a mockery of the culinary arts. I've been eating this for years. I don't see the problem. I've heard quite enough, Master. It sounds like I'm going to put your taste buds through some intense rehabilitation. I'll have to teach him what real foods taste like. Otherwise, he won't be able to appreciate it if I make him something really good. Hold the chair steady for me, will you? I'm going to wipe down the top shelf. I can handle it. I'm tall enough to reach without standing on a chair. It's not as simple as just running a rank over it. I've got practice, so just let me take care of it, alright? There's a lot more dust than I expected. I probably should have used something to cover my mouth. You're gonna want to hold your breath for this, Master. Alright, here goes! She's quite practiced. Is there any need for me to be holding the chair? Achoo! What? Whoa! Hold the chair! Ow, 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 ow. I'm so sorry, I didn't think there would be that much dust. Thank you for holding the... Master? Your hand is... What? Your hand is, it's on my chest. No, it was on accident. Right, it was. It's fine, really. It was my fault anyway. It's completely, totally fine. I can't even look at her in the eyes. Could this be any more painfully awkward? So don't worry about it, Master. Honestly, I should be apologizing for subjecting you to that. That's easier said than done. I have to do something about this stifling awkwardness. For one, it was only for a moment. I barely even realized what it was. But that's not the issue. I need some clever way to brush all this aside. Something witty that tells her I'm not bothered at all. I am not concerned. In fact, I see no reason to be concerned at all. It felt like I was squeezing an obese rat. Oh my god. What? 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 This is the joke that you decide to go with? Hot. I hardly even perceived it as a breast. Oh my god. I know. An obese rat? An obese rat? What? How utterly insensitive can you be? I'm gonna rip every last hair off your head. Grah, leave my hair out of this. This is so very comical. Say, Master, what did you do all this time by yourself? That's an exceedingly vague question. Say, when you were really stupidly bored out of your mind, what did you do to keep yourself occupied? Wait, hold on. Meditate? Just how many times have you reached enlightenment? I sometimes played chess too. Chess? Wait, by yourself? Yes, I imagine how an opponent might react to my moves and play the other side that way. That's kind of depressing to think about. How about this, Master? Play a game against me. Do you know the rules? You bet I do. I do come from a family of merchants, so I keep up with trends and I know all sorts of games. Oh ho. Hehehe. Prepare to meet your maker. This is the vocab of a man who has been alone for too long. So, who was I supposed to prepare to meet again? Come on, have a little mercy, you trounced me. One more time, I just wasn't at the top of my game. When am I going to meet this maker? What? How? When did you put me in checkmate? One more. Hold on, that's not fair. Take it back. Oh, my king. Please stop. Amateur. Can't you just... Can't you go just a little bit easy? You never asked me to go easy. This isn't a game. This is slaughter. This is a one-sided massacre. How about this maker? I'm looking right at him. That was actually kind of fun. No, it wasn't. It was miserable. Next time we're playing something fair. Such as? Let's see. Oh, I know. Arm wrestling. Huh? Arm wrestling? Yeah. You sit across from each other, put your elbow on the table, grab hands, and see who can pin the other down. Who would ever willingly participate in such a primitive competition? Not interested then? Or are you afraid you might lose? Alright then. I can't imagine losing to a woman. Hehehe. Okay, elbow on the table. Start on my count. Ready? Victory! These are cute little exchanges between Michelle and Giselle. We're just seeing like moments of them interacting with each other. Okay. With each passing day, it grew less and less unusual having Giselle, always at my side. I began more freely engaging in silliness, speaking my mind and showing emotion. I could say her name and Giselle would turn around and smile at me, an unimaginable sight not long ago. For 10 years. For 10 years I lived alone. Enjoying the stream, Monkey? Aw, thank you. I appreciate that you are enjoying it, so thank you. I'm enjoying playing this, but it's also fun when other people's are enjoying it too. Solitude had been my normal, but that was very rapidly changing at her hands. We were continually getting closer, yes, but not in a romantic sense. If I had to describe it, I would say good friends was probably the most apt. Time continued to press on, our relationship remaining relatively stable. Eventually, summer came, bringing with it the longest periods of sunlight I had ever experienced in many years. Then, the leaves began falling from the trees, and before long, the world grew cold and dreary. That winter, the fireplace was never without a crackling blaze in its belly. The boiled wine we drank was undoubtedly middling and cheap. But she said with a smile, "I've never had wine this good before." And though I didn't say anything, I felt the same way. The sun set much earlier, and having stopped using candles, we found ourselves habitually gathering around the fireplace when it grew dark. Oh, look at that. It's so heartwarming. Wait, I want to see the picture. But just enjoy this image. I'm glad I became a regular your streams. You're great. Or your streams are great. Thank you. Aw, I appreciate you being here, man. And that, I look forward to more streams in the future. Reading by this fireplace like this almost makes it feel like we're in another world, doesn't it, Master? I bet that's why troubadours perform at pubs, so they can be near the fire. Or because there's ale. Drunkenness makes most even bad singing and storytelling pleasant to the ears. Oh, you're such a cynic. But that's okay. Say, yes? Do you remember when I first arrived here? When I was cleaning the library? Please don't tell me you're bringing the obese rat incident back up. No, not that. Before that. Before we could actually talk to each other. I believe I suggested we read something together if you ever felt the inclination? You might have. I can't say I remember. Are you sure about that? You turned down my proposal saying I was wasting my time. But look, it actually happened. Even if you don't remember, I am sure you never thought this moment would come. I, for the most part, focused on making sure things didn't get any worse between us. But to be honest, I didn't expect that there would actually come a time where we would sit shoulder to shoulder and read a book. Hehehe. You never know how things might pan out. I actually do remember. I remember how I tried to push her away, how much I mistrusted her. I was nothing but hostile toward her. People change, and perhaps if they can, so can the future. Maybe I can hope that, like our friendship, there's a chance the future might take a turn for the better. But everything changes when the Fire Nation attacked. Well, oh wow, the reviews for this game are really good. Thanks for showing it to us. Yeah, no problem, man. Is something the matter? I don't much care for hypotheticals, but if by some chance I were someday to be able to return to that house, should that time come, that house is home to her nightmares, even if it didn't happen until after my father was gone. It wouldn't erase what he had done to her there. She acts like nothing's wrong, though. I don't know. Have her wounds healed, or do they still remain? Should that time come, if that day comes, I will do what I can to ensure you have a comfortable life in the city. Though I will not be able to inherit the estate, I can work something out. Oh, he wants to protect his friend. I see. Thank you very much. But if you would be comfortable doing so, I would be pleased if you were to join me. I mean as a servant. As a servant. Yes, as a servant. We're, short on hands. I see. A servant. Do I really need to repeat myself? Yes, a servant. Hehe, alright, sure. I think I will. I would like to accompany you, Master. How exciting! I'm sure a wonderful future awaits us. I pray so. Hehehe. Now back to the story. I believe we had just gotten to the point where the knight set out to defeat the monster and save the princess. I bet he was a big, buff, muscular knight. Let's not talk about how muscular he was. She let out a gentle laugh, and I thought I smelled something sweet on her breath. Was it her scent? Or perhaps just my imagination? I had no way of knowing. We sat so close, even the slightest shift seemed sufficient to allow me to hear the sound of her heartbeat, causing mine to accelerate. Curiosities flooded my mind. What might she be thinking right now? What does she think about me? And as much as I tried to banish them, I frustratingly failed. I was just getting caught up in the moment. I had just briefly lost my way. Though I tried to convince myself otherwise, it was all in vain. When had my pulse gotten so rapid? When had my skin gotten so flushed? When? Why? How was this happening to me? I thought I had already learned my lesson about having feelings for someone else. Before long, winter retreated and our second spring came to take its place. A full year had passed since we had resumed living together, and I don't think it was my imagination that this year felt much warmer than last. Spring seemed to have arrived a little bit earlier than in previous years. One night when the breeze carried on it a pleasant residual warmth, Giselle escorted me out to the garden. Come on, Master, hurry up. It's the middle of the night. What's so important? I just found it myself, and I couldn't wait until morning. A rose! It blossomed! A rose? Giselle had, over the past year, cleaned up the nest of weeds that had been strangling the garden. Off to the side of a small plot of churned soil, swaying in the wind beneath the moonlight, was a single red rose. When did you... Last year! I requested flower seeds, but I just couldn't get them to grow, and I was starting to think they never would. But look, it's only one, but it did. I had no idea. Of course you didn't. I didn't tell you. Why would you keep it from me? I wanted to make it a gift for you, Master. What? Why? Roses make wonderful gifts, supposedly. No, that's not what I meant. Why me? I haven't given you anything. Consider it a symbol of my hope that we'll still be this close another year from now. If we are, then this is yours. I don't follow her reasoning. I don't follow at all, but the sight of the deep red rose almost melting in the dark night was perhaps the most wondrous thing I had ever seen in my life. I'd never understood why some people found flowers so enchanting. They were always just plants to me, but that one, on that night, was undeniably beautiful, majestic, and like a young child seeing a flower for the very first time, my hand automatically reached out for it. Not knowing the proper way to appreciate flowers, I didn't gently caress its petals or take in its fragrance, but snapped its stem. Oh no. Oh, you picked it. Are you going to bring it back to your room? Oh, she didn't get mad. When I finally processed her question, that was when I realized I probably should have left it to grow in the garden. From the base of its stem where I had plucked it, a droplet succumbed to gravity and fell to the earth. With it came the delayed realization that I had ended the plant's life. But it was overpowered by childish possessiveness. This stunning flower was mine. Moonlight trickled down from the heavens, giving a gentle bluish tint to my hands and the smile on her face. You're gonna need a vase then. Just give me a minute. For the briefest moment, moonlight must have played a trick on my mind. Oh no, a visual novel. Hello, awarded mosquito. I know, it's not Bloodborne. It's not Bloodborne. This is just a sneak peek of like the variety of games I tend to play here, so. Huh? Master? What on earth am I doing? A look of bewilderment filled Giselle's face just inches from mine, which hammered in the reality of what I'd just done. The thought that had crossed my mind that perhaps her black hair might have proved a good backdrop for the rose, but it was supposed to remain a simple fancy. What was that about? An excuse. I needed a good excuse. A drawing. A drawing? Right. I would like to preserve it on canvas. What? What? I mean, that a rose on its own does not make a very compelling picture, so I would like to include you as an accessory. Wait, you want to draw me too? Merely as a background element. You're slightly more interesting than a vase, that's all. I've never seen you draw anything before. I just never got the urge. You know how? Many years ago, my brother taught me. I don't think I can handle being a model. I've never had a drawing done of me before. What the fuck? You're playing something besides Bloodborne? That's it, I'm unfollowing! I'm enjoying it. Someone give me a catch up on what's happening. Oh god, there's so much to this story. Basically at this point we're watching a love blossoming between these two characters. And we're kind of trying to get down to the truth of the true identity of the maid and the master. So this is, I guess, the story of their relationship before she became like the maid of the house or something. I'm sort of like half expecting something really tragic to happen though. Like they're setting up for something like really bad to happen or something. You would probably be better off with just the rose. You gave it to me, didn't you? That means I am free to do with it as I please. I did. I didn't mean to sound so rude. I had no real interest in drawing the rose. But I couldn't just take it back either. He needed an excuse. Fair enough. I'll have to stay around for the grieving. Lol. For the tragedies. Giselle had shrunk back quite visibly, and I couldn't bring myself to look her in the eyes, so I fled to the cellar in search of supplies to escape the oppressive awkwardness. At the far wall, I found a rectangular panel of wood and several sticks of charcoal. My materials were obviously nothing compared to what a coarse artist might use, but I was clearly not going to be able to do the portrait any kind of justice. God, what am I doing? I want to bury my head in the sand. Giselle was waiting for me in the stained glass chamber. It seemed she was still just as uncomfortable as when I left her. She gave me a fleeting glance before averting her gaze again. If only she would laugh or make a scene like usual, it would make things so much easier. Why did she have to choose now to start acting meek? What should I be doing? Stay perfectly still, please. Do you need me to pose or anything? No, just get comfortable. Look away. But why? It's hard to work when you're watching me. that avert. The gaze averted. What? I feel like I have to sneeze. Hold it in, please. What now? Can I see it? I've barely drawn anything yet. As long as our eyes didn't meet, I was able to observe her, and my gaze was quite clearly not focused on the rose, but Giselle. At first I had regretted my in-the-moment proposition, but I was beginning to think it hadn't been such a bad idea. So that he could stare at her? Without some sort of pretext, I would never have been able to examine her so intently. I didn't have that kind of courage. This isn't like me. But what was like me? Did I prefer being a sharp-tongued, unapproachable recluse? Was that what I wanted to strive for? Giselle was like a gale. Her mere presence dispersed the gloomy cloud that had always hovered around me. Thinking about it, it's practically a miracle. that we ever ended up so comfortable around each other. That she's still here right now. Light from the moon spilled through the stained glass window, taking on the multitude of pale tones before falling on her white skin and jade eyes. I had stopped sketching at some point. Oh no, your excuse. You gotta keep trying. What in the world was going on? One of my roses had finally bloomed, which I thought would put a smile on Michelle's face. Okay, so this voice is Giselle's voice. But rather than improve his mood, it had made him go all strange. It made him say he wanted to draw something. I had never seen Michelle draw something before. Ugh, I can't sit still. I tried to sneak peeks of him every once in a while, but anytime our eyes met, he gave me a stern, look that way stare. So I ended up spending a lot of time looking at the archangel in the stained glass window. What could he be thinking? Could this be thanks for the rose? I'm pretty sure he's not the type who would consider drawing an expression of gratitude, though. If I'm wrong about that, it'll turn my whole world upside down. Maybe he wanted to draw me? No, not possible. That would turn the world upside down even faster. He couldn't. We're close, to be sure, but we're not that kind of close. That makes it sound like Michelle's attracted to me. And there's no way. There's absolutely no way. He compares me to an obese rat and calls me an amateur at chess, laughing while he crushes me. So that's not what this is it? Huh? Oh, yes? If it's too much trouble, you're free to leave. This will take a very long time to complete. Oh, no trouble. You had a very stern look on your face is all. I was doing that bad a job at hiding it? I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want. It was foolish of me to ask of you. I'm sorry. Honestly, it's no trouble, I mean it. You just took me by surprise, that's all. I'm not even that great of an artist to begin with. That's not a talent I was blessed with. If I'm being honest with myself, I can't imagine anyone would be pleased to have bad art drawn of them. What? What's he getting so negative about? I wasn't the only one making a face. His head was turned slightly downward, a forlorn shimmer in his eyes. I'd never seen him make that face before. He resembled a child who had just been scorned by his mother. I wasn't at all angry or displeased with him. I was just fine, honestly. I had to get that through to him. I am pleased. It doesn't matter how it turns out, you drew it for me, Master. Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant. But the moonlight shining through the stained glass was so enchanting. I lost myself in it. I would be happy with anything drawn for me by the man I love. She said she loved him. For an instant, time froze. By the time I realized what I had said, my mind had gone blank, and I couldn't form a coherent thought. I mean, like, you know, like family. You're like an older brother to me. I mean, like love for a brother. Hey, say something, Master. Give me your usual exasperated sigh. Come on now. Go on, give me your best good grief, and then hurl me out the window. Oh, come on, please, show me some disappointment. Master? Nah. When the wood panel he was using as a canvas and the charcoal in his hand crashed through the hard chapel floor, the clattering was so loud I jumped. I didn't have the presence of mind to wonder why he had knocked over the canvas, or why his hands appeared to be shaking. Let me help you with that. I stepped towards him. And when I did, the moonlight shining down upon us intensified, and their gazes of jade and ruby intertwined. Look, she's blushing. Look at that bosom. That bosom. Giselle's quite well stacked. Wait, oops. No, don't load the story. I'm gonna save before I do something. Also, let's turn this up a little bit. This nonsensical, weird music. Those are some mommy milkies. God. This heartbeat. There was a visible rosiness in his ethereally pale cheeks. They look pale to me.
Master?
Flickers of panic darted beneath the surface of his normally stony red eyes. They were trembling as he looked over at me. I was at a loss for words. Okay, I might have turned it up too high. We must have been under the moon's spell. We weren't thinking. We stood alone in the frozen world, robbed of all rational thought. Riding the moonlight's current, his hand fell against my cheek. It was much colder than I had expected, but it felt pleasant on my flushed skin. As we drew closer, I could feel the warmth emanating from his body, and I'm sure he could feel mine. The beating of my heart, too. His breathing stopped for a moment, then he gulped. He brought his head in. I closed my eyes and... okay, she screamed. Ah! I can't scream, sorry. Then, I shoved him away with all my strength. Ah! Ugh. Michelle rolled back, knocked his head on the side of a pew, and began groaning in pain, which is when I finally realized what I had done. What have you done, Giselle? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Sorry, you startled me. I really truly didn't mean to knock you down. Oh, classic rape flashbacks. Yeah, okay, yeah, I didn't think about that too. You should go back to your room. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you tonight. What? Get some rest. Good night. He turned away, marching off into the corridor enshrouded in darkness. There was a heavy air of loneliness hanging over him, which gave rise to phantom images of him actually disappearing into the darkness. I had caused that, but I hadn't realized until it was too late. It felt like someone was sitting on my chest. Why would I ever do that to him? Of course I'm going to hurt him reacting like that. Maybe I was hoping he would say it was just one of his jokes. Do I want it to be a joke? I had that option. I could pretend nothing ever happened and tomorrow go back to the way things were before. But if I did that, there would almost certainly never be a second chance. You were okay with it. You wanted it, Giselle. Quit lying to yourself. You're the one who said you loved him. And that was no mistake. You wouldn't sit shoulder to shoulder and read a book with someone you didn't care for. You wouldn't enjoy eating supper with someone you didn't like. You wouldn't be able to live happily with someone you didn't love. You have to go after him. Find him and tell him the truth. Yes. Yes, you get him, girl. You go, girl. What am I doing, for God's sakes? I'm not in my right mind. Something about me was off today. I couldn't control myself. I was saying things I didn't mean, doing things I didn't intend to. I had never meant to do that. But at this point I had no choice but to admit my feelings. I couldn't pretend I didn't know what they were anymore. How long had I felt this way? A week? A month? 6 months? Or maybe a full year? Had they already developed when we started anew? No, the when didn't matter. It didn't change the facts. I was still attracted to her regardless of when it had begun. But she pushed me away, quite literally. I sighed at myself. Why should I be disappointed? She was nothing like me. As reclusive and unsociable, she was the exact opposite. She was the kind of person who would confidently tell someone how she felt. And she had done exactly that, and said I was like a brother. But I hadn't listened. As a matter of fact, could I have been any more presumptuous? I don't deserve to love anyone. It's better this way. Master! Ooh, bosoms. What? I told you to go back to your room. Master, I need you to listen to me, okay? About, what just happened? That doesn't count. You can't count any of that. Huh? That I said I loved you, and that I shoved you? They don't count. Right. I was planning to forget that anyway. So don't worry. No, that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that it's not something I should have said on a whim, just because the moonlight was kind of pretty tonight. It wasn't supposed to be so casual. The way I said it doesn't get across at all how much I really care about you. It should have been something with more impact, rather. Me looking you straight into your eyes, my heart jumping around like it's on fire. That's how I should have said it. What? What are you... I'm saying I want you to give me one more chance to do it right. Giselle. I am... Calm yourself. I am calm. In no sense of the word are you calm. Fine then, I'm not calm, but I am clear-headed. I mean every last word. Listen very carefully. I love you. I love you so much I feel like my heart is going to explode. Is she naked? No. Oops. She's not naked. It's just a extremely low-cut dress with big bosoms. very big bosom. She said it! Yatta! What? Huh? You mean like family? Like a brother, right? Romantic love, romantic! What? I wasn't upset back there. No, I was elated. What? My mind couldn't keep up with what I was hearing. Half out of breath where she stood, Giselle was frantically insisting that she loved me. Was I dreaming? Master? How do you... I would like to hear how you feel about me. Assuming I interpreted that correctly, you were going in for a kiss back there, right? Right? So I can take that as your answer? Giselle looked at me with bleary eyes. She had feelings for me. It was a miracle. I could hardly breathe. It felt like someone had struck their hand in my chest and was squeezing my heart. I just had to say yes, and a smile would spread across her face. I could bring her joy, and all it would take was a single word. I had no reason to say no. My happiness was standing right there in front of me. What more could I ask for? All I had to do was reach out and claim it for myself. I had tried to do exactly that in the chapel, and I could do it again. I loved her. I was a twisted man, cast out of the world and left with nothing. I had no way to make her happy. But still, Don't tell me you've forgotten who you are. Tell me. There was no moonlight to give me that nudge. Do not feel that way about you. No! He turned her down. Because the stupid witch was whispering to him, I guess. 1% cloth equals not naked. What? I got confused for a moment. I apologize for the misunderstanding that seemed to have caused. All the color drained from her like a flower wilting before my eyes. A heavy sigh spilled from her lips. Her jade eyes swayed lifelessly back and forth. I hadn't thought mere love could possibly have such weight, but she looked as though I had just told her she was to be executed. I see. I'm sorry. I let it get to my head. Sorry for making such a racket. Really, God, what was I thinking? I got way ahead of myself there. Her faux energy hurt to watch. I had hurt her, and this was the result. You wanted to protect yourself even if it meant hurting her. But look where that got you. You would have been better off just going with it, because when she learned the truth, she would have pushed you away anyway. I'm sorry, I'll be going now. Sorry for barging in on you like that. She made her way into the shadows toward the door. There, you did it. You preserved your peace. I got the feeling she would never again turn back. Your mistake was ever getting close to anyone. What I had always wanted was right there in front of me, and I was so close to obtaining it. And you pushed her away. I actually did love her. She would never love the real you. No, she couldn't. You're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me. Ugh. Good night, Master. She was leaving. I wanted her here and she was leaving. I simply had to acknowledge my feelings and she would come back. Was I really content to let her go? I'm salty. In my weakness, I mistreated her, hurt her. I let her go and I was about to lose her, even though she said she loved me, and I felt the same way. Wait, please don't go. Your voice is shaking like a scared child. What were you hoping to tell her like that? This drags on, I know. She was different. She was probably, no, she absolutely was nothing like anyone in my past. She won't be any different. I decided I would just try one more time. To believe in myself and to believe in someone else. I lied. Giselle, from the bottom of my heart, You'll regret this. No, I won't. I sincerely love you. Oh, he was probably burned before in the past when he fell in love with someone else, and then got burned. The fragrance of the rose enveloped me. Her arms, wrapped around my chest, were both imbued with strength and shaking like mad, as though the slightest touch might shatter them. I think it's his inner voice. Why didn't you just say that in the first place? She said in a quavering, sniveling voice just inches from my ear. I lacked sufficient control over my mind or body to return her embrace, to run my hands through her hair or do anything more than support her weight. I'm sorry. Jerk, bully, brute. You don't get to play this one off as a joke. I'm truly, sincerely sorry. You've given me two different stories. Tell me, which one's the truth? Were you just confused, or do you actually love me? I want to hear you say it again. The truth is, I love you. Again! I love you. Without fumbling this time. I love you, as I said several times now. Not good enough, again. Have mercy, please. I'm about to die of humiliation. Can I really believe you this time? You're not gonna say you were lying again? No, I won't. Then we both feel the same way about each other? Shockingly enough. What's there to be shocked about? I didn't think there was anything likable about me. Ugh, you really have to do something about that pessimism. I'll try. I'm in heaven. Ah, I'm so happy I could cry. You are all over me. Oh, thank goodness, thank goodness. When you first said no, everything went black. I wasn't sure what I would do anymore. I'd lost all hope. I really do feel bad about that. But you had a change of heart. Now you're willing to have me. Yes, and everything I bring with me. That was the idea. Absolutely everything, right? You're pushing that point rather hard. I have a request. It's something I don't think I could ask you at any time, but now, while we're in the moment, I will do anything, so long as it is within my ability. Tell me, what is it? Will you look at my naked body? Oh my god, what? What? More specifically, my scars. You are going to have to see them eventually. In which case, I would like that to be now. A year ago, I had refused to look at her scars. I had been certain I wouldn't be able to accept what they represented, the abuse my father had subjected her to. If possible, I would have preferred never having to face that. But I, more than anyone, needed to know. It was my responsibility. I had to accept reality, not grimace or avert my eyes. I had to face up to what had been done to her. Okay. Are we gonna see a naked body? I couldn't bring myself to look at her as she hesitantly disrobed. The sound of her clothes rustling made me feel as though I was doing something incredibly improper. As much as I tried to feign calm, I was so tense my joints were practically creaking, and my heart felt like it was being stepped on. I feel like I'm made of stone. I'm ready. You can turn around. Alright. I'll count to 10. She's laughing at me. I feel a whole lot better seeing you so nervous. I'm turning around. Okay. Whoa. Bosoms. She is quite well endowed. Okay, let's see this illustration. Wow. Like, I don't even know what cup size it is, but it's pretty big. Where are the scars? I know, I was like, I think she had scars like more like down between her legs, I guess. Looking like a whole meal. Her head was tilted down just enough to keep me from making out her expression, but she couldn't hide the pink flush spreading across her cheeks. She looks so demure there. Let's save this for posterity, you know. Why not showing that? Lord. It contrasted well against her white but not excessively pale skin, as did her jet black hair. Sorry, it's not anything nicer to look at. In what way was this not a pleasant sight? I'd never been more entranced by anything in my entire life. She was stunning. I had no measure of comparison, but I was certain the same sight of any other woman in the world would not have had the same effect on me. I could say as much with confidence despite having never seen another woman nude. Hypnotized, I couldn't take my eyes off the gentle curves of her body. That's more than gentle, I would say. Lol. Were I more socially inclined, perhaps I would have told her she was pretty, which perhaps would have brought a sheepish smile to her face. Though I wanted to, my throat was dry as dust, and all I could manage to produce were incoherent rasps. Please say something. I'm hideous, aren't I? I'm unclean. You're not hideous. You mean it? I mean it. Why would you think so? Because You are not unclean, not in the slightest. You mean it? I do. Even seeing this? Giselle's eyes slid downward, a trace of fear lurking just beneath the surface. Following her lead, I dropped my gaze to her lower body, and there I saw her scars. Swollen, red and black gashes, still not healed after more than a year, defiled her white flesh. As she had described for me, the lines were arranged to form letters carved into her skin. Ah, so that's why she said I would have to see them eventually. My instincts told me these were wounds she would carry for the rest of her life. I felt nauseous, heartbroken, infuriated, at the fact that the person who had done this was out of my reach. At the fact I could do nothing for her. What went through my father's mind when he looked at these? What did he gain from giving her these wounds? Why did he have to do this to her? Why my father of all people? Giselle was the one with the scars. Giselle was the one in pain, but I felt like someone had shoved a handful of needles into my chest. Dozens of thick metal stakes piercing the walls of my heart, blood streaming through me like a river. If I hadn't forced myself to face it, I was liable to run. What was the right thing to say? What was I supposed to tell her? As hard as I thought, I couldn't come up with an answer. All I came up with was intense frustration. It killed me that I couldn't take these scars from her, that I couldn't give my father a piece of my mind. You are in no way hideous, no matter what marks are left on your body. It took all I had to form that single sentence. Thank goodness, I'm so glad to hear that. When I was down in that village, they said it didn't matter what they did to me because I was already dirty. They made me think I had reached the point where I was so tainted, anyone could see it. I'm sorry. Why should you apologize? You were frowning really intensely. I thought I might have made you mad. No, I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at my father, the villagers, and myself. May I touch them? You may. My hands were trembling, but I knew I wouldn't be doing her any favors by hesitating. As soon as my fingertips brushed her skin, she shuddered. Does it hurt? No, there hasn't been pain in some time. I could feel her trembling where I touched her. It didn't seem like it was going to subside anytime soon. Soon she began whimpering softly. Her lips moved as though she was trying to say something, but the best she managed was a few strained gasps. Tears had begun welling up in her eyes as well. I feel like I'm in heaven right now, but I also kind of hate myself. Hate yourself? But why? But because I can't stop shaking. I'm overjoyed to feel your touch, but I can't control my body. I know you're nothing like that, but I keep seeing flashes of you doing other things in my mind. It kills me that my body won't react the way I feel in my heart. I was foolish to have ever thought these wounds might have healed. Just as scars remained in her body, so too did they remain in her heart. Unlike the physical wounds, though, the ones inside her seemed to still be raw and bleeding. She just did a good job of acting normal that I had begun to think she might have gotten past them. Of course not, you blind fool. You shoved me back there because it brought back these memories. That's right. I'm sorry. I'm really, truly sorry. Why are you apologizing? I should be the one. Do you have any desire to place a curse on him? What? Do you want to curse Antonin? If you so desire, I might be able to make it happen. Cast a curse on him, perhaps even a fatal one. Ignore the fact that he's my father. I don't consider that man family anymore. I want you to be honest with me. If hypothetically such a thing were possible, would you want to curse him? No, I would not want that. Why not? You have every right to take revenge. For what that man did, he deserves punishment. He inflicted so much pain on you. You're still shaking more than a year later. And you can just let him get away with it out of the goodness of your heart? Hypothetically, if you wanted to curse him, I wouldn't do it even hypothetically. And not out of the goodness of my heart. I'm just a coward. A coward? If curses were real and he were to die by one, then I would never, ever be able to forget. If my resentment for him took his life, that would mean he had damaged me so permanently I was never able to get past it. I don't want that. I want to be able to forget. I'm still shaking now, but one day, I want to be able to proclaim proudly that it no longer has any control over me. But I appreciate the sentiment. Setting aside your choice of method, you asked out of concern, and that's more than enough for me. A soft smile spread across her lips, but all it inspired in me was powerlessness. She was putting on an act. Was the sentiment really more than enough? Of course not. Not when she was still trembling so much. But what was I to do? What was I... Unable to leave this house and helpless against the will of the Bollingers to do? I was incapable of assuaging her pain, wasn't I? I couldn't do anything. Could I? Before I throw in the towel, I need to take some real time to think, to stop running from the problem, to figure out a real way to give her what she wants, that doesn't involve curses and angry words. There has to be something only I can do. Giselle. I took the hand that had been tracing her scars and slid it around her waist. Even now, her trembling showed no signs of abating. I will never. The one thing I could do, hurt you again, was to wrap her trembling body in my arms. I want you here with me. All I ask of you for now is to be at my side. You can be scared, you can quiver, but please don't apologize for it. Please don't feel bad about it. I promise not to turn my head away from your pain. So I ask of you, try not to keep it buried. I have no power or influence. I don't know all the right things to say. I am a man with nothing to his name, but the one thing I do have is a heartfelt desire to do whatever I can for you. As soon as I tightened my grip around her waist, she lurched forward, throwing her arms around me. Muffled whimpers resonated against my shoulder where she had buried her head. Eventually they grew into unfettered sobs. I can't do a cry. And my bedchamber was enveloped in the sound of weeping. She cried like a little child. The usually strong-willed, cheerful, optimistic Giselle wailed from the depths of her soul. This past year she had constantly been nudging me forward. It was always her leading the way. There had undoubtedly been moments where she wanted to cry like this, but couldn't. So, starting now, I was going to try and support her too. I was sure I would mess something up, as I had little experience being caring. I'd probably anger her, probably stress her out, and probably make her cry. But I had found my resolve. I had overcome my hesitation. I was sure I could do it. That I could create a place where she could find peace. I could surely. Giselle didn't stop crying until the sun had begun peeking over the horizon. I had, as I said, not looked away, simply holding her in silence. I guess, hello sincerely. Is this hentai? I mean, we got pretty close to it, but unless, like, you know, hentai entails holding people's bodies, not doing anything other than holding them, then no. Sadly, no. Wait, why sadly? Wait, is she the first blue-haired girl that gets the boy? She's not blue-haired, she's black-haired. They describe her as having black hair. I'm happy. Well, don't just reserve your happiness, because there might be something bad coming up. She had a decidedly not childlike frame, but she seemed incredibly small in my arms. We felt each other's warmth through my clothes. Between sniffles, Giselle said softly, "One day, I'm certain, I'll be able to, without any hesitation, be properly joined with you, and it will be wonderful. Right now, I still can't control the shaking, but eventually, I want to be able to put my hands on you too." The affection infused in each and every word was palpable. Something bad happens end stream. Right at that moment. Okay, the game's over. We're gonna just leave it at that note. Sometime later, she drifted off to sleep, exhausted. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that, at least tonight, she would have pleasant dreams. Next morning, both dead. Or next moment. Oh, this is so much longer than I suspected it would be. I wonder if I should like end the stream now, because it's like getting late. And just save this for the next stream. Because like, I don't want to like rush it, you know? You know what I mean? Let's see what story. A bright future. See, it's hard for me to tell if there's much more to the story or not. Without, like, spoiling it. Ending as soon as I join. I understand. I don't want to miss the next stream of this game. Should I just keep going? Okay, fine, I'll keep going. Morning. No. Afternoon? Master! Ah. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, come on. Put a little more oomph into it. Same Giselle as always. Hehehe. I must say, last night was something, Master. I didn't know you had that in you. Ah, just thinking about it. Ow! Hey, that hurt. What was that for? I was struck with an insatiable urge to whack you. Whatever happened to your heartfelt desire to do whatever you can for me? I didn't think hitting me counts. You were tough enough to get over a little bunk. You were being so nice yesterday. Where did that go? So, would you like to explain why you're making dirty jokes first thing in the morning? Yeah, just... I was trying to lighten the mood to hide my embarrassment. Fair enough. Alright, but could you not joke about that in the future? I didn't actually do anything to you. No, you didn't. Sorry. Say, could I ask you something? Yes? You hardly ever use my name. It makes us feel so distant. Could you do something about that, maybe? Babe? What? What is this? Babe? This sounds so like a modern term, like babe? No. That's not you at all. Just go with my name, please. We've graduated from a master-servant relationship to a romantic relationship, but that is a bit much. Haha, it's Christian? Babe? Is it really? Oh, I didn't know that. Romantic relationship? Exactly, so, in honor of the new us. Oh, Christian Grey, okay. Let's make this last, alright? Michelle? Or Michelle? Alright. At the time, the light that had entered our life seemed unreal and fantastical, but I prayed that it would indeed last, in hope of an equally bright future. I allowed myself to rejoice in the moment, letting the unconquered shadows that lurked in my peripheral remain unseen. I have a feeling there's something bad that's gonna happen, though. This background looks okay. Blackness consumes the once colorful space. Giselle still stands before me as she did within the door, but I struggle to reconcile the two scenes. They're both real. They're both her. The lively, spunky girl of the past and the lifeless girl of the present are both Giselle. As different as they seem, they are both her. Why don't we stop there? It was a wonderful story. They overcame their troubles and lived happily ever after. Okay. This implies to me that there's gonna be a lot more to come. Like, there's gonna be, like, something tragic. So, instead of, like, trying to push towards the end, I'm gonna save it here. We're gonna call it. I will do my best to try and, let you guys know when the next stream will be. But, oh, let's see. Discord? You can join the Discord. I will let you guys know when I will try and, like, stream this next, so... if you don't want to miss the next part of the story. But yeah. I'm going to... back out of this? How do I... contact? So, this story was a lot longer than I imagined it would take to finish off. But yeah, I'm going to see if we can raid somebody. Is anybody up at this hour? I wonder if there's anyone doing this game. Let's see. Fata, Morgana. Anyone else doing this game? Nope, nobody else is doing this game. That's too bad. I remember I looked up this game and I actually saw someone else streaming it one time. I was like, what? Like, nani? Joins the Discord. What else can I What else can I raid here? I usually usually when I try to raid someone, I try to like raid someone like why is there so many people playing Bloodborne on my list? There's not a lot of people. There's like 2 people playing Bloodborne. Weird. I don't know who to raid here. Anyone have any suggestions as to who we could raid? I'm indecisive. Maybe we will raid Busy? I don't know. Or should I just end it here? Or maybe another visual novel. Can I look up visual novel? Find someone else? Or do you guys want to watch a Bloodborne stream? Do you guys want more Bloodborne? Oh, whoa. What you looking at, punk? More V. Let's see. Phoenix Wright? I mean, I do like Phoenix Wright. Visual novel, The Stream 2. What? Oh, Persona. I guess Persona is a visual novel. Oh, what is this? This is Robotic Notes. Maybe we'll raid this guy. Oh no, wait, this is not. This is just, I clicked on something that I thought was an actual stream, but it's actually a video or a VOD. How about Steins Gate? I don't know, I can't think of anything. No, it's only Japanese for Steins Gate. I can't wait for the end of this game. No. I can't think of anyone to raid. Sorry, I'm so like indecisive. Yeah, I'm just gonna raid Fizzy because he's doing just chatting. Everyone else, I always try to raid someone who's doing like somewhat a similar game, but I mean, I don't have to, but that's just what I'm compelled to do. Let's go raid Fizzy. I believe Vivi introduced me to this streamer. I think he's just chatting. We'll go say hi, see what he's chatting about. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out in today's stream. It was fun. I'm just kind of sad we didn't get to actually finish this because I thought for sure we were getting close to the end, but I guess there's gonna be one more stream, maybe 2. I don't know. It feels like we're getting close to the end. I just feel it, you know? It's like the next stream. I bet you I'm gonna say that though, and it's gonna be like another 5 hours. I'm like, oh, this story just drags on. But anyways, yeah, thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate every one of you and your support. And yeah, I hope you guys have a great night or a great rest of your day wherever you guys are in the world. And I will see you guys in the next stream. Good night, everybody.